Kevin.
I am making this announcement in compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, being Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, laws of the State of New Jersey. The Planning Board Secretary has prepared a schedule of the meeting of the Planning Board of the Borough of Kenilworth for the year 2024 and has posted a true copy of this schedule on the bulletin board located at the front entrance of Borough Hall, and has mailed the true copies of this schedule to the local source, the Star Ledger, and is maintaining a copy of the schedule in Borough Hall. Accordingly, the notice of requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act have been satisfied in regards to this meeting. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Paserno?
Here.
Mr. David?
Here.
Mr. Samundo? Mr. Mazzio?
Here.
Mr. Goldati?
Here.
Mr. Scuderi?
Here.
Mr. Colello? Mr. DeLuca?
Here.
Mr. Dunn?
Here.
Mr. Puglisi?
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of June 13, 2024? Motion made by Mr. Luca, seconded by Mr. Scuderi. All in favor?
Aye.
Any communications, Wanda? Would this be communications right here?
No, that's for the file.
That's for the file?
That's for the application.
Okay.
No communications at this time.
No communications. Okay. Okay, we're going to move into Resolution Spranger Residence, application 24-001. Mr. Rego.
This is an application that the board approved last month for property at 331 Coolidge Drive. The applicant was proposed renovations to their house, including a new covered front porch, and other renovations, including the construction of a swimming pool. There were a couple of relatively minor dimensional variances involved, a rear yard setback for the swimming pool. Mainly, the board approved it, and this is the memorializing resolution.
Did the board members have an opportunity to read the resolution? Is there anything in that resolution that you need changed, or is it in order on the way we heard it that evening? Seems like it's good?
Yeah, I wasn't here, so.
Okay. So you're not voting?
Right.
I'm not voting either.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Motion made by Mr. Dunn, second by Mr. Scuderi. Roll call, please.
Mr. Paserno?
Yes.
Mr. Scuderi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Puglisi?
Yes.
Okay. So approved. Okay, that's out of the way. Let me just move this so we are nice and tidy. I'm going to give this back to you, Wanda. Okay, the next is new business, courtesy review, application 24007, St. Teresa's School for solar review. Who's here on behalf of St. Teresa's? Good evening.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name?
John Byerly, B-Y-E-R-L-Y.
And if you could raise your right hand, even though this isn't a hearing per se, I just want to get you on the record. With regard to this courtesy review, do you swear that the comments and testimony you give shall be the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rego, shall we swear in our professionals at this point?
Let's do that for the evening. Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Cueto, our board planner and board engineer, with regard to this matter and any other matter tonight, we swear your testimony shall be the truth. Thank you.
Mine will be under the name O'Brien, not O'Connor.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, jeez.
It's Irish, you know what I'm sorry.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, did you want me to introduce this application?
yes, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I know that this has been called in the past a courtesy review. However, it is not a courtesy review limited to governmental bodies. This is actually a minor site plan approval. Minor site plan application. Minor site plan is only available in certain circumstances when there are limited changes to a site. Minor site plan also means that there is no formal notice, as in letters to neighbors or newspaper adverts taken out. So this minor site plan application is in front of you for solar panels on the roof at St. Teresa's. And perhaps, Mr. Byerly, if you just tell us a little bit about the location, what it'll look like, and any impact, if any, on the adjoining area.
Before we go there, could we find out who Mr.
Yeah, why don't you tell us who you are?
Byerly, pronounce your name?
Byerly.
Byerly. Can we find out who you are, who you represent, and what your function is?
Sure.
Before you go into that.
Sure. I'm with Green Energy Construction Consulting. We were the developer and we're the install arm of the Newark Catholic Diocese is kind of trying to push solar for a lot of their parishes. This will be the 5th one we're doing for Newark of a portfolio of 6. Worked in Camden Diocese and Trenton Diocese as well.
Okay.
But
We got the gist now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
so we're applying for rooftop solar. It's if you're familiar with the site, it's kind of a horseshoe with Washington being the main entrance to the school. It's on the left or the west wing going up that just kind of a smaller array. It's not covering the entire roof. About 308 panels. It's 115 kW. We were limited to the size for the service that's provided there by utility and what's going on inside the building. So it's about 80% of the bill we're trying to cover for them. Help them save money, kind of conform with the diocese and the folks that are trying to go green. So, if you're, I believe everyone has copies of what it should look like. There's some more detail on A2 and A3 for back view, side view, above view kind of thing. They're going to stand about 10 inches off the roof. There's no parapet wall around that side of the building, so it would only be visible if you were second floor, kind of looking out the window on the 22nd Street side. All the equipment's going to be in the courtyard. PSE&G is asking us to move the meter from the basement outside. We're attempting to put that on that same courtyard as well.
Do you find, Mr. Byerly, that there's going to be any impact upon adjoining buildings, residents?
No, there shouldn't be any impact. We'll be doing all of our work kind of inside the property.
Do you think that there'll be a substantial benefit to the community by the adding of solar power, which is called for by the New Jersey municipal land use law as well as our master plan to the community?
Yeah, I think they call it a beneficial use. That's what it's kind of called. It helps with financial stability of the church, helps with the school.
And do you see any negative impact from this application?
Not with this project.
Other than my report, Mr. Chairman, I am available for questions.
Can I ask one question? How many panels did you say there were, 138?
308.
308, thank you.
308 panels. Did I hear you say that your equipment was going to be in the parking lot?
There's a courtyard inside the school, and the electric room's kind of on that, let's say, the bottom of the courtyard, southern end of the courtyard, and it'll be right on that side right there.
How much room is that taking up?
There's going to be about 10 feet of wall space for equipment.
Okay. No impact to parking?
No.
Chris?
You asked my question about the equipment. Are there going to be any extension of the solar paneling in the future planned?
There's no plan for it at this point.
So you have? Anyone else? Well, okay. So we don't have, are you done? You're, okay. So, this is interesting.
Well, I do have one other question, if possible, if this is...
I'm not buying coffee.
All right. We are trying to have the construction done this summer before the kids get back. But I understand there's no meeting next month, so that will push off in September for us to start. Would we be able to get a start on this and maybe have it contingent upon the final inspections and everything like that?
Before we go down that pike,
Sure.
what we're going to do is, I asked my attorney here if we should be opening this up to the public. And I would like to have an opportunity to open this up to the public before we can make those comments. Okay?
I make a motion to open the hearing to the public.
Second.
Made by Mr. David, second by Mr. Mazzio. All in favor?
Aye.
Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this matter only? Please step up and state your name and address for the record. Mr. Herbert?
Good evening, everyone. Bob Herbert, 14 North 12th Street. I just have two quick questions. One, do we know the height of the panels off the roof, and does it meet our ordinance requirements? And two, regarding the equipment in the courtyard, because we have so many small kids there, is there any proposed protection that the kids won't be running in, or we have access to those, you know, the outside power?
I think I'm going to ask Mr. Byerly to step back up and answer that question. Both questions, please.
All right. The first question about the height is, the height off of the rooftop is, I want to say, 10 point something inches off the roof, less than a foot. And then, yeah, in the courtyard, we have a fenced-in area.
Okay.
We have to keep it open for you guys to get in case of emergency, but we lock up the disconnect. Some people like, we usually put a combination lock, and if you guys have a firebox on the school or anything like that, we put the combo in there, or make a copy if you don't want the combos, we put it in the firebox.
Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Mr. Herbert?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none.
I make a motion to close the public.
Motion made by Mr. David. Second by Mr. Mazzio. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't see anything here other than roof panels on the roof, so is there a motion to approve this application, I would guess?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Ladati, seconded by Mr. Mazzio. Roll call, please.
Mr. Paterno?
Yes.
Mr. David?
Yes.
Mr. Mazzio?
Yes.
Mr. Ladati?
Yes.
Mr. Scuderi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Puglisi?
Yes.
Question. This question about.
Okay, now, the question about your getting started. Basically, with something like this, our next meeting, we would have a resolution to memorialize what's going on. I would ask the attorney to see if he could put that resolution together, and with the blessing of the board and everyone else, if he could expedite that, so you can get started, because we are sensitive to the children, and we wouldn't want that work to go on while those kids are in the courtyard and things like that. Does the board agree with that?
Yes.
I know I'm going to get some feedback, but...
No, I can do a resolution within a day or two.
Right.
But who's going to memorialize it?
So, first of all, let me ask you this question, okay? Mr. Byerly, how long will it take you to get started?
The process is about 3.5 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
The main point we're trying to get to is the tie-in, and we're gonna have to shut down the school. So that's kind of the big thing, is make sure that's done.
Okay. Kevin, could we do a Zoom to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could do a Zoom,
Okay.
sure. You could also advise, depending upon board feedback, the applicant that he can proceed on his own, at his own risk, without the resolution being memorialized, and the board could direct our secretary to advise the building department that there was no objection on the board's part. And that would allow the applicant to pursue the application. The one legal technicality in all this is that without a memorialized resolution, there is a chance for somebody having a lawsuit against the board and or the applicant.
I would feel
There's
much more,
no-
I'm sorry.
There doesn't seem to be any comment this evening. The odds of that are probably rather slim, but part existing.
We've had that, we've had precedent with that.
Yes, we
have done that in the past.
Okay. You don't feel that it would be a good idea to do a Zoom to memorialize that resolution?
And we may have the same challenges of getting people, together. I don't know. It's up to the applicant to determine if they want to proceed in the second fashion, which again, we have precedent. I don't see it as an issue, but I'm flexible either way. I don't have anything planned for the rest of the
Mr.
summer.
Scuderi?
So we're not meeting in August, is that correct, or we?
We're not meeting in August, and that's the
So then we
problem.
wouldn't be able to do this till September, you'd have the project pretty much done by then.
Yeah.
Unless you did a Zoom, Mr. Chair, suggest early next week.
Or I could do a resolution and get to Wanda at the beginning of next week, and maybe Wanda, we won't have that memorialized, but everything that we need will be in it. And maybe Wanda can reach out to whatever department that they would need permits from and say, here's what we've done, we can't memorialize till September, but the board is in favor of the applicant moving forward. We'll memorialize it when we meet next.
He'll be done by that time.
Why don't we just draft something up in the next 2 days, we have a Zoom meeting next week, all we need is, how many people on the Zoom?
Well, if we have a meeting, we're gonna, if we meet.
You have to notice,
Oh, you have
right?
notice, okay.
Yeah.
Got 48-hour notice.
I mean,
It's
in
not
my
really
mind,
an emergency, but.
I don't see that.
I don't see it.
We have
either.
precedent, like I said, we've done this before, it's not the first time we've ever done it, and I think, as Kevin stated, the risk of someone coming forward.
No one's gonna appeal it. It's-
Right,
it's solar
appealing
panels.
is very low.
I always go and side with that, and if you could go either way, Mr. David, I have another thought process. You have 300-plus panels going up there, you have equipment going out in the garage. If it's not memorialized, and God forbid something happens, just a crazy storm, things are coming off the roof, anything that could happen, I would like to stand on the side that the board has done everything in their power. It's a matter of a 20-minute Zoom call that we could all just latch onto it and get it done. We're all in favor of it. We want to see the school, St. Teresa's, move forward. So if the board doesn't mind, I would like to see that happen.
Yeah, like I said, I'm flexible either way, I was just trying to prevent
Yeah.
another meeting.
When would you think of the Zoom? We only need, we need 5 people
Right.
for a Zoom meeting, a quorum, but we need to notice it somehow that on such and such a day or night, we're gonna have a Zoom meeting to memorialize the resolution for the school.
Okay.
So we have to,
So not to take up too much more of the time tonight, good catch, not to take up too much more of the time tonight, can we get back to you with that through a email? And say that this notice will go out on such and such a date, so we can take a poll on who's going to be available when and where?
Mr. Chairman, I would think we should try to establish a particular date.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Chairman, a few of us are going to be here next week on Wednesday afternoon at 5 o'clock
yes.
for another discussion on another matter. Maybe we could piggyback on that and...
Am I here for that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, I am. Okay.
17th at 5.
Yeah.
And maybe we could establish a Zoom meeting for that afternoon so that everybody stand by and we hear from Wanda Cathy, who we have to put out
Okay.
notice tomorrow and send out an invite to everybody tomorrow.
So July 17th, correct?
Just throwing that out.
No, that's good,
That's
because
perfect.
some of us are going to be here too. All right, so I, for one, can be here. Who else?
What time is it?
What time is that, Kevin?
The meeting starts at 5. You can't do this before 5, so you'd have to do it afterwards.
7?
Yeah.
We can't say immediate, well, I guess not.
Well, we can take a break.
Okay,
How long would this take?
so we'll say,
So we would do it in person.
why don't we do 6:30, and that will cut that other meeting to a roar, right? So,
So we're gonna have an in-person meeting.
yeah,
There's a council meeting on that too, though, right?
I'm sorry?
17th? Wednesday.
Yes, there's
Yes, council meeting.
When do they meet? What time?
6.
How long is ours gonna take?
But
We
they
can do
meet
ours in
inside, right?
chambers.
They
We can do it in
meet
chambers.
here.
Well, they meet here at 6?
Right.
So we could meet inside.
And it's gonna be a longer one, probably, because they're.
We need 5 minutes.
We need 5 minutes.
We don't have to meet in this room.
No, we can meet in chambers.
I'll have the resolution to Wanda Monday. Wanda, you can circulate it. for 6:30 on Wednesday, can we handle the notice? Because that's,
It's a 48-hour, we send the notice to the paper, and post it on the door. Whether they publish it or not is up to them.
Okay, so all I have to do is put it in the paper, I don't have to.
Send it to the papers and post it on the door.
Okay, Monday I will post it in the paper.
Okay. So, is there something else we need to do with that? Do we need to vote on that now, that we're doing that, or we're just...
as long as we have 5 members, we're okay.
No, what I'm asking is, do we need to vote on making...
Yes.
Having
Special meeting, 6:30 on the 17th, special meeting.
Is there a motion that we will meet on July 17th at 6:30 for the resolution of St. Teresa's?
So
Moved by Mr. David, seconded by Mr. Mazzio. Roll call?
we just do it all.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll make sure we have enough people here. Let's get to work and let's get some solar energy going.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, too.
All right, let me clean up again. I wonder, I'm gonna give this all right to Chris. Right? Man, we're ready to go. That's creative. That's creative. Hold on. Yeah. If I don't move this, it's not gonna be, okay, green energy, rooftop, that goes over here. Right here. Okay. Okay. Application number 23-003, NATC Donuts, Inc. Anyone here for that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, now, yeah, we have a crowd. So let's see, how many we do have, 1, 2, 3,
Just
7. But Mr. DeLuca has to leave at 7:45.
As latest I can stay is 8:15.
I think you have to let the applicant know.
All we need is 5. Okay.
Yeah, we have, just a reminder, since there are use variances involved here and we're a single board, Class 1, there's designee, and Class 3 cannot sit on this application or participate. Obviously, Bill Morrow here, and...
Lou DeMondo's not here. He's-
Okay, so we're good. So we're sitting as a board of adjustment. All the procedures are the same. When we get to the vote, which may or may not be tonight, then we'll go from there.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. Joe Papero from Porzio on behalf of NATC Donuts, Inc. This is an application involving property at 705 717 Boulevard. That's block 134, lots 1 and 2 on the borough's tax map. Just before we begin, I know Mr. Rago just confirmed that this board will be acting as a zoning board. And how many eligible board members are in attendance, Mr. Rago?
In attendance now, or 7 of us here,
7.
and you need 5.
So we
But
have
one may have to leave by 7:45.
Worst comes to worst, I can always stay a little later.
Okay.
45 minutes or so.
So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So I got company.
Great. Okay.
You good with that?
I am. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
So we are here for an application for preliminary and final site plan approval, subdivision and variances for the property at 705, 717 Boulevard. I'm sure everyone's familiar, this is the Dunkin' Donuts on the corner of North Michigan Avenue and the Boulevard, and the shopping center next door. Those are parcels 1 and 2. There are a number of variances that we're requesting this evening. You'll hear testimony on those. These are existing separate lots. The Dunkin' is on one parcel and the shopping center is on a separate parcel. The subdivision that we're requesting is to readjust those lot lines to accommodate the proposed redevelopment. The proposal is to replace the existing Dunkin' with a new, modern, and upgraded Dunkin' with a drive-through, and to demolish the existing retail shopping center and replace it with a multifamily building consisting of 7 units, one of which will count towards the borough's affordable housing obligations. Those 7 units will consist of 6 one-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom unit. It is the 3-bedroom unit that will be the affordable unit in accordance with the state standards. This site, both parcels are located in your BD, that's the Boulevard Downtown District. We are here before this board acting as a zoning board for D1 use variances for the drive-through component of the Dunkin' Donuts and for the multifamily building on Kenilworth Boulevard. There are some related C variances and design waivers. Your professionals and consultants have picked those up in their reviews. Again, we'll provide testimony this evening to address those to your satisfaction. This applicant and his family have operated the Dunkin' Donuts in Kenilworth for over 50 years. My client is here this evening to discuss their continued investment in the borough by updating and modernizing that Dunkin'. You'll also hear testimony about the struggles that the owner and applicant have had with that retail shopping center. They've owned it for approximately 8 years, and it has remained essentially vacant, with one tenant, which is a takeout business. You're all familiar with the site. You've seen the different commercial broker signs in the windows. They've gone through a number of different commercial brokers to try to land a tenant, and they have been unsuccessful, and you'll hear why from our professionals this evening. It's our position that repurposing that site for multifamily residential will result in a positive change. It'll introduce pedestrian activity to the boulevard to frequent the other existing businesses, restaurants, and services that the borough has to offer on the boulevard. For witnesses this evening, I'm going to begin with our civil engineer. Brett Scapinetz prepared the plans before you. And since we have two separate lots, two separate components here, we're going to go through all the testimony for each witness. Mr. Scapinetz, as the civil engineer, will talk first about the Dunkin' improvements and then pivot to the proposed multifamily, and every witness thereafter will follow. So I just wanted to give a little background as to how we intend on presenting this evening. We did receive the Harbor Consultants review letter and the planning report from Mr. O'Brien. It's my understanding that the police department issued a letter late today. I believe our traffic consultant has it. She's reviewing it. We're prepared to address that when we get to the traffic testimony. I would like to just set the table a bit. This site is located on the boulevard and Michigan Avenue. The County of Union has jurisdiction over those roadways. We have a pending application with the County of Union. They've made recommendations, and you'll hear from our witnesses this evening that the applicant has committed to follow those recommendations. The most significant of which I think may help to address the recent report from the traffic and police department, is the applicant's commitment to restrict those driveways to right turnout. I believe that is one of the safety concerns raised, and that was actually a recommendation of the County of Union. And we talked about this issue as a group, and the applicant is stipulating to restrict those driveways to right turnout only for that movement. But again, I don't want to testify. You'll hear from our traffic expert and our engineers regarding those aspects of the design. If there's any preliminary questions, I'm happy to entertain those, Chairman. Otherwise, I would call Brett Scapinetz as our first witness.
Joe,
Yeah.
Could you just lay out as a game plan who else you have here tonight?
Sure,
You may or
absolutely.
may not reach them, but just who you have and what their topics are going to be.
Will do. So Mr. Scapinetz is the civil engineer. He'll talk about the engineering aspects of the layouts, both the Dunkin' and the multifamily. Next, we'll have Nick Diamore. He's a representative of the applicant. He and his family have operated this Dunkin' Donuts for many years, and they own the adjacent shopping center. We have Mark Marciel, our project architect, who will address the multifamily building. We have Betsy Dolan, who will come forward for traffic, and then we'll conclude our presentation with our planner.
Who's your planner?
John McDonough.
Is John here?
He is not here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We could always come back to you, Mr. Joe, okay? Mr. Joe.
You want to turn that around, go ahead.
This is, again, I guess my question would be, I'm going to go over by the exhibits. So if I go by the exhibits, can I turn that microphone over?
Sure.
To talk there? That way I can talk to them, guide you through it.
That's fine.
This will be good for you.
So when you're ready, if you could raise your right hand. With regard to this matter, do you swear testimony you're about to give show you the truth?
I do.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
Sure. First name is Brett, B-R-E-T-T. Last name is Scapinetz, S-K-A-P-I-N-E-T-Z.
Scapinetz, thank you.
Brett, for the benefit of the board and the public, can you give your education, area of expertise, and the license to hold.
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Rutgers University. Currently licensed in the state of New Jersey and several surrounding states. License is still current as well. I'm a professional planner. Testified before probably over 150 boards in the state of New Jersey on various applications such as this throughout the state.
And again, your both licenses are currently in the state.
They are correct.
Chairman, I would like to introduce Mr. Stafford as an expert in the field of civil engineering and planning.
We're fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Brett, before you begin, just for exhibits, anything that was submitted to this board that has not been doctored or altered, you do not need to mark. But if you have something that's been rendered for the presentation, just please don't provide any testimony on that until we can mark it with today's date and an exhibit number. Again, if you're just referring to something that's in the board's packet, you can proceed.
Okay. I'm going to slide the piece.
Gotta get wireless.
Sure, move up front.
So I will start out with the boundary and topographic survey that was prepared by Dynamic Survey for this project. So this is in the packet. It's not different. Just for the record, it's entitled Boundary and Topographic Survey. The preparation date of October 2nd, 2013, with a revision of 2/23/23. And this depicts the lots in question, the parcel in question. So as described by Mr. Reparo, we're talking about 2 lots located at the southeast corner of Michigan and Boulevard. Michigan's running on the left-hand side, Boulevard along the top of the page, and that'll be the same through the rest of our exhibits as well. It's 2 lots. It's block 124, lots 1 and 2. The Duncan is lot 1. The commercial building is lot 2. And it comprises of 0.46 acres. Lot 1 is 0.18 acres of that total. The balance, 0.28 acres, is the commercial building. To start out, so I'll describe a little bit what's on the site, and then I'll talk about the subdivision. We have the existing Duncan building with the associated parking out in front. The building, both buildings are situated and pushed back towards the rear of the property. You have parking in front of both buildings. The Duncan has 2 driveways, 1 full movement driveway to the Boulevard, 1 right-in, right-out driveway to Michigan. And then for the commercial building, there are 2 curb cuts, basically 1 large expanse of paving going across the front of the building and extending right to the curb line of the Boulevard, but there are 2 smaller cuts in the curb line, opening for traffic to move in and out. The Duncan building is about 1,800 square feet. You have a commercial building of about 8,700 square feet. I'm sorry, 8,200 square feet that is there. So our plan is to remove both of those buildings for the purposes of the proposed development. One thing to point out, it's a little deceiving if you're out there. One would think that from the front of, let's start with the commercial building, that's really the one that's most impacted, from the front door line or face of the building towards the curb, that in a typical sense, you would have a right-of-way line that sits usually about 5 feet, maybe 10 feet off the curb line. Well, the right-of-way line in the front of these 2 parcels is actually 30 feet back from that curb line. So the parking spaces that are actually in front of that commercial building today, they actually extend into the right-of-way. So they're actually non-conforming right now. So anybody that's actually pulling into that spot, the back of their car is probably partially in the right-of-way. As soon as they start backing up, they're using the right-of-way to be able to make their maneuvers to get out and go. And as I'll talk to in the proposed condition, we're removing that scenario from the equation. Surrounding the property, we do have a commercial building to the rear. Residential properties begin just behind, about the middle of Lot 2 and extend to the east. Those are in the R5 zone. Now, we are in the BB zone. All utilities and obviously the sidewalk in the front that I'll talk to you further is going to be maintained. As Mr. Reparo noted, both right-of-ways are under the jurisdiction of the county, and to repeat, we do have a letter from the county noting some conditions that we're going to comply with, including the situation with respect to the configuration of the driveways. one last thing to note, this site, under existing conditions, is about 99% impervious coverage, with the exception of a little bit of vegetation that's out on the corner of the parcel at the intersection. The rest of it is either building, concrete, or pavement, and we're going to be improving that condition as well. So to talk to the subdivision, it's really only one line that we're proposing to move. Right now, the property line between lots 1 and 2 sits just a couple feet off the western face of the commercial building. We're looking to shift that property line east so that lot 1 goes from 0.18 acres, as I testified before, to 0.3 acres, and the lot to the east, there'll be result of the remaining portion will be 0.16 acres.
Lot 2 will be 0.16 acres?
0.16, yeah, 0.3 on the corner, 0.16 off to the east.
Right, both of those lots are fully conforming to the borough's requirements. There's no variances for lot dimension and size.
Correct, yes, from a bulk standard standpoint, fully conforming, we're meeting lot area, we're making that shift.
The way it stands now?
Yeah, the way it stands now, but also, and obviously in the proposed condition, will conform.
But you did say, you're saying it's conforming, but earlier you said it's not conforming to the parking.
It was not, so what I'm talking about, we were just mentioning the setbacks from a dimensional standpoint, just from a lot area standpoint.
Okay, I got it, just for clarification.
Next exhibit, really just a quick one, again, for the purposes of maybe for the public, just to understand what we're talking. This is the aerial map. It's an aerial map exhibit with the preparation date of 7/11/24.
So we mark that for A1?
A1, it's very similar to the aerial map. It's located, should be sheet 2 in our site plan set. And this depicts the lot and surrounding uses. In the middle is the parcel, lots 1 and 2, surrounded in yellow. Michigan, South Michigan Avenue, running along the left-hand side, Kenilworth along the top. You can see the surrounding uses, obviously, commercial stretch along the boulevard to the east and the west, residential to the south, commercial obviously across the boulevard, extending across the boulevard. The next plan I have is the site plan rendering, which is a colorized version of our site plan. I'll mark this as not in the site plan set. This is A2.
What is A2?
A2 is entitled site plan rendering. So this is basically a colorized version of the site plan, which introduces the landscaping into it as well. Basically colorized for presentation this evening.
Do you have copies of it?
I do not have copies.
Yeah, that's a copy.
So if you go to the site plan sheet, just that closely resembles it, and the other sheet to flip to would basically be the landscaping plan sheet. Because again, this is just, the landscaping's been incorporated to the image and colorized. When you look at the colors, the areas in the rust orange color would be the proposed buildings. Areas of green are obviously proposed green that is going to be introduced into the design. Areas in the black color is pavement, and then you see the tan color. Those would be areas of concrete, sidewalk, driveway aprons that are either existing or proposed as part of the plan. You see the areas of white striping that are on there as well. So our proposal is to, as I mentioned, take down those 2 buildings, we're going to reconfigure the lot line, and then we're going to look to construct a brand new Dunkin' that is at 1,107 square feet. And then there is the residential building, which is 3 stories, basically 2 stories of living space above parking and some amenity or some office and vestibule entry space that our architect will go through in further detail on the lower level. When we start with the Dunkin', again, 1,107 square feet. I'll go with the driveways first. The driveway currently, and this is one other positive with regards to the plan, the Duncan driveway right now is much closer to the intersection with Michigan on the boulevard, the full movement driveway. We're pushing it away from there. We're going to about 55 feet from the intersection, where right now it's about 20 feet from the corner. So we're increasing it by about 35 feet, pulling it away, maintaining it, showing it in the plan as a full movement driveway, but as noted, we're going to be restricting the right turn movements out of that driveway. The driveway that's to Michigan Avenue, that is shown in the plan as a right turn only driveway. We're getting rid of the inbound movement. And why is that? So what we're trying to do is we're introducing with the Duncan, where there's no drive-through now, we're introducing the drive-through. And we need to deal with circulation in order to make that happen. And the best way to do that is to configure it in this manner. So to go through circulation for the Duncan, when you come, if you were to enter into the site, and that's entering it off the boulevard, you've got a two-way driveway. As you first enter in, it's 24 feet wide, what you typically see in any commercial use. You would pull in, and then you have essentially two options. You can turn a sharp left to go into one of 6 parking spaces that are angled and facing towards the boulevard, or you can make a less of a sharp turn and pull into one of the 2 drive-up lanes for ordering that are in front of the Duncan building. So if we were to start with the parking, you'd be able to pull into one of those spots. Pulling into those spots, from there you could walk across the drive aisle and go to a vestibule in the front of the building for either mobile order pickup or walking up and placing an order, from there waiting and picking it up and walking back to your car and leaving. From the standpoint of going into the drive-through lanes, you would make that same movement. You go in the drive-through lanes, and I'm sorry, you go back. Once you're in your car, you would back up, and you would be able to leave out Michigan Avenue, make your right-hand turn, and leave. From the standpoint of the drive-through lanes, you have the ability to pull into either one of those lanes, place your order, circulate around the building to where you would go to a pay window first, a pickup window second, and then circulate around in a counterclockwise direction to either leave out towards the boulevard by driving straight towards that driveway, or continuing back around almost a second time again around the building out to the Michigan Avenue driveway to make your right-hand turn and leave. Those drive aisles, these one-way aisles, are 16 feet wide in front of the parking spaces. They're a maximum of 12 foot wide as for the drive-up lanes, and they narrow down to 9 feet on the eastern side of the building as you make the turn. All adequate for the turning vehicles. We have adequate curb radii, turning radii for the movement of those vehicles through the site. I mentioned vehicular circulation, further pedestrian circulation. We're obviously maintaining sidewalks along both frontages. There will be the improvement of sidewalks, particularly along both where as needed. There is the pedestrian sidewalks also being added a connection to the Duncan. Coming in off of the boulevard, you could walk up towards the 88 parking space, which is one of the 6 parking spaces, then cross the drive aisles and go into the building. There are also sidewalks obviously leading out and across to the residential. But I'll stick with the Duncan just for the moment before I skip to that. Utility-wise, all utilities are present, obviously, and will be reconnected to the building. From a lighting standpoint for the Duncan, there are new area light fixtures. There's 3 area light fixtures, those on poles with a head on the top of the pole, light fixture. They are 15 feet high. They're LED fixtures. There are 3 building mounted lights that are also, 5, sorry. There's 3 pole mounted fixtures. And there will be 6 wall mounted fixtures on the Duncan. Providing adequate light, obviously for the customers, both for entering into the driveway, for the parking and circulation areas on all sides of the building as well. Landscaping. When we talk about landscaping, the impervious coverage for this site obviously is going to go down. We are not, there's about 99% impervious coverage, as I mentioned before. We're going to be bringing that down between the two sites to about 82%. So it's a significant decrease, about 17% between the two sites. That allows us, from a stormwater management perspective, that's obviously an improvement, but also incorporates a lot more green space. You can see that through the incorporation of several trees. There are 4 trees that are being planted on the site, about 180 shrubs, and about 100, maybe 50 additional plantings for a total of about 353 plants introduced. Whereas right now, again, to go back, there's only what's on the small part of the corner of the site. And to note too, that's not including what's in the right of way. If you go in front of the commercial building today, as I mentioned, there's that expansive parking, the parking that extends into the right of way right now. That's all asphalt from the front of the building out to the curb line. When we reconfigure this, we're now introducing more green to the right of way as well.
And that's all along the boulevard?
That's all along the boulevard. Yep. Since we are decreasing the amount of runoff through the introduction of more green here, our stormwater management system isn't as robust as you would normally see in an application that would trigger stormwater rules, as the board may see in the past. This is only a 0.46 acre parcel as well, but the reduction we're doing is we're introducing some new inlets, some piping to recharge stormwater, both on the Duncan site as well as on a portion of the residential site. From that piping, there is an inlet towards the driveway, at the end of the driveway for the Duncan, which we would call a bubbler inlet. Any water that's not infiltrating into the ground would basically bubble up and discharge out the driveway onto the boulevard, much like it's doing today. Basically, any runoff that's coming off that Duncan or it's coming off the commercial site is sheet flowing from the I'll call it the southwest corner, heading towards the northeast corner, basically heading out towards the boulevard, hitting the gutter line and running down the street. So essentially what will happen is any water doesn't infiltrate into the ground, and those pipes that we introduce will go out that way. I do want to go back briefly to parking, just for a couple things that I did miss. With respect to the Duncan, there is an EV ready space that is also being proposed. So of the 6 parking spaces, you have 1 ADA accessible parking space, which is the one on the furthest to the east. The 1 parking space that's closest to Michigan Avenue, that is going to be an EV ready space. There will not be a charger put in there right away. It's just basically make ready for it to be put in the future.
And the parking is fully compliant with the borough's requirements?
Yes, it is. The code requires 4 parking spaces, and we're providing 6. And they also meet the requirement for size of 9.9 feet by 18 feet. I'm going to shift over to the to the residential.
Just before you do, can we spend a little bit more time on the drive-through? I know absolutely Betsy Dolan, our traffic engineer, is going to come up and get a little bit more granular on the drive-through, but your firm has designed, this is a double lane drive-through, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Diamore will talk in more detail operationally how that will work for Duncan. Your plan has how many cars available in the queue?
12.
So in your professional opinion, is that below standard, meeting standard, above standard?
It's above standard from what we've seen. So.
And just to explain to the board and the public what that means, if you can fit how many vehicles in those 2 lanes before they impact any drive aisles?
Well, what you can do is 12 cars, including from initial pull-up to the order and extending all the way around to the pickup window would be 12 cars, and that's standard. So there's 12 cars in that lane. There is a little bit of room behind those 12, so technically, without impacting traffic, you might be able to squeeze 1 or 2 more in there, but for general purposes, it's 12.
And one component that's in this proposal that many other drive-thrus don't have, to my knowledge, and you can confirm, there is a hatched area that your firm has included in front of the building at the request of the Dunkin' operator. Can we just, again, the Dunkin' operator will explain operationally how that works, but what is that hatched area for?
Yeah, and that hatched area is off on the eastern side of the building. And essentially it's a pickup area where a car can basically stage itself after going through the drive-through lane. And the client can describe it further. Basically, if the order's not ready and it's holding up the line, they can pull out and they can basically put themselves there and the water can be walked out.
And that'll allow the line to continue without backup.
Right, correct.
Mr. Paparo, can I ask Mr. Scapinance?
Scapinance. Yep.
I can't get Smith right, but I don't know how I did that. So I do see the Q and I do see the 12. And I do see that, let's talk about car number 1. He's coming out of the queue at that point. He's paid and he's moving.
He's paid, he's right here at the last window and he's moving, correct.
So now you have an early morning rush on Kenilworth Boulevard, and I'm looking at cars 11 and 12 as they start to back up in that queue. I don't see cars there for the obvious reason, but you could probably only fit another 2, maybe 3 cars there without having some type of congestion. So now we're moving these cars out. If there's a holdup now at the queue or at the window, you wouldn't agree that the traffic is going to start to back up along the boulevard?
If there was an extension of cars, that's an obvious yes, if it did back up there, but that's an operational question that I'll defer to my client with respect to how this operates and how quickly they get through the order to prevent that.
Okay. So I guess operations will explain how fast an order usually gets out based on the experience and how quickly these cars will come out of the queue.
Yes.
Because there seems to be a little bit of congestion at the entrance and egress. We could discuss that further.
We'll have the operations testimony address that, Chairman. You can, if you'd like, if you want to move to the multifamily portion of the application.
So now I'll go to the multifamily portion.
Mr. Paparo?
Yeah.
Before Mr. Scapinance, could you please submit that new exhibit to Ms. Grimaldi electronically for distribution?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
So not as much going on here from a site perspective here. We have the building situated on the lot with a little bit of space around the eastern, western, southern faces or sides of the building. But to go through it, we have a two-way driveway as well to in and out access. That's the second driveway to the east, right in front of the building. Vehicles will be able to pull in. Intention is to have that gated. You would be able to then, person be able to get in or out with respect to with a fob or a card, go into that underground area of parking, to which there are 12 parking spaces. That do meet code, again, 9 by 18 parking spaces. The 12 meets code. If you look at RSIS as well as your town code for parking, they both require 13 parking spaces, but we are providing the EV stalls in here as well. There are 2 EV stalls at the very end of the 2 parking rows underneath that building. That qualifies, when you go through the calculations, we're able to qualify those 2, basically count as 1 additional parking space. We basically get a credit of 1 additional parking space for those 2 EVs. So we require really only 12, and we have 12 here in the plan. So that complies. Again, going back to I'll stick with the 2 EV parking spaces. I noted that they were at the end of the parking rows. Those 2 stalls, however, are outside the footprint of the building. So they're exposed to open air. Underneath those 2 stalls will be pavers, basically to allow stormwater, if it was falling on those paved area or that paver area, to infiltrate into the ground. As I mentioned before, both sides have infiltration going on here from a stormwater standpoint. Any other water that doesn't infiltrate into the ground is directed through grading underneath the building. So basically the the setting of the pavement allows water to sheet flow out the driveway, out to the boulevard. Again, utilities are existing as well. From a lighting standpoint, there are no light pole fixtures. Building lighting, you will see there's one fixture in our plan at the very front of the building towards the sidewalk. There are lights for the parking, but they're in the ceiling. So again, picture driving underneath the building, you got a ceiling above you. There are lights underneath there, which were not modeled, but it's light to provide safety for that area. Landscaping, there's a little bit of landscaping that is provided around the perimeter of the building. And again, going back to the existing condition, right now, you basically have a condition where it's pavement, concrete building right against the property line, so we're improving that, though the sides of that lot as well.
I have another question. That one ADA space underneath meets the requirement?
We actually have 2 ADA parking spaces underneath, so yeah, we require 1.3.
Where's the second one? Am I missing it? I see one on the left side by the 3.
There's 2, one, both on either side of the aisle are EV ready.
No, I think you said ADA.
Oh, ADA, I'm sorry, ADA, yes. ADA, we're compliant, we need one, and that one parking space is located in the...
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So one meets the requirement?
One meets the requirement.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, I heard it, EV.
Brett, speaking of the EV, the idea to keep them outside of the garage, that was a recommendation of the grocery house, correct?
That was correct.
And that's a fire department, standard fire department for EV space, when possible, keep them out of the garage, keep them outside.
Correct. Yep.
So was that EV proposed at a later date, but you're putting it there now?
We're making them EV ready. So basically what it is conduit is run to those locations. We don't have to go dig up those to be able to run the conduit ultimately to those to feed the chargers that would be put in that location. So that's done, and that way in a future date, wires can be run, there will be set up the charger. And that's it.
And the reason you're not putting them in now?
I can, if you want, I can answer that, Chairman. The statute for the electric vehicles in the state of New Jersey allows them to be phased in over time. There's a time frame where a certain percentage have to be installed at CO and a certain percentage have to be installed subsequent. So it's a phasing in program that the state has per statute. So this project, I'm right, you correct me if I'm wrong, requires the ones that are proposed to be make ready, and they'll be phased in at whatever the statutory requirement is.
In one of our other applicants that were before us, they too were bringing the EV stations outside primarily because of fire and how to get these things, how to get them to be put out. So I'm happy to see that they're outside the building rather than underneath the building.
Right, one other point, I just want to make sure we don't forget it. There was a recommendation about fencing, and there's existing fencing that's in state of disrepair. Can you speak to that recommendation?
Yeah, I was going to get to that when we got to the review letters, but particularly along the southerly property line. So running from the southeast, the southwest corner at Michigan, running along the commercial building and continuing running along the back of Lot 2, along the residential. There's chain link fencing, some with barbed wire on it. So it's really not screening type fencing. We didn't propose anything there. We did propose landscaping. So we have a strip of, you can see the green plantings along that, both the back of the Dunkin' as well as the back of the residential. But we read the comments and we'll introduce a 5-foot-high solid fence there as well. Provide solid screening in lieu of just that chain link fence that's existing there.
How high?
5 feet.
What is the size, square footage size of the residential building?
So the footprint, remember it's multiple stories. The footprint is 5,000, I'm just going to be exactly here. 5,340 square feet. One thing that I didn't touch on, and this just touches a little bit into the operations, I just want to also let you know that also on the plan we have a trash enclosure starting with Dunkin'. So there's a 10 by 20 trash enclosure there. It has landscaping around it. We believe we're meeting the requirement having 5 to 6 foot high plants on either side of it. It will have a solid fence around it as well. We'll ensure that that's noted in the plans. That will be picked up, private hauler 3 times a day.
3 times a week.
3 times a week. Wow, not a day. That's a lot. 3 times a week.
That's where the center of the donuts go.
Right. 3 times a week, and typically off hours as well. Speaking of hours, we're talking hours for the Dunkin' of 4:30 in the morning to 10 p.m. at night. And so during off hours, typically we would have that delivered so it doesn't interfere with traffic. Loading for the Dunkin' as well, going to happen off hours. We're not expecting any semi-trailers or larger vehicles. We're looking at a box truck, probably about 20 foot in length, coming in here again, off hours, not to impact operations.
Brett, there's one other, I'm sorry, I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but the Dunkin', there is a proposal for a monument sign that requires relief.
Yep, we get that. I'll touch on that signs last once I get to the residential. So I'm going to move to the residential with respect to loading, unloading. I know there were some questions with regards to that. First, garbage. There is a garbage collection point, and our architect can talk a little bit in more detail in the northeast corner as you look at this plan, but they're facing it from Boulevard off to the left-hand side. That allows the residents to put in their trash into various containers that would be within that room. And those containers can then either be wheeled out to the street for pickup, or they could be picked up by the garbage company who can go in, grab the containers, and pull them out to fill the truck, depending on how it's worked out with the private hauler. Again, looking to do this in off hours. There's also a question about loading or unloading with respect to maybe the residents going in there for the residents looking to move into the building. I talked about that 30-foot wide length and area that we have between the building and the curb line. It's pretty ideal for a truck to be able to situate itself in one of the lanes. I have both an inbound lane and an outbound lane. So I got enough width where it could be managed to have a truck sit there, allow material to get unloaded. If the truck is not high enough to fit underneath the parking, this is only in that situation, where a truck would be able to unload material and then leave. If the truck is low enough to be able to fit underneath, and the clearances there is 9 feet from the ground level to the top of the opening. If it is able to get in there, it's a smaller van. It obviously can be coordinated for spaces to be utilized to be able to move material in that and move people in.
In discussions with the applicant, this building will be managed by a property management company, correct?
That's correct.
And those types of move-in, move-out procedures that you described will be coordinated through the management company to ensure that there's no impact.
That's right. And it's the same thing with the parking spaces are going to be designated spaces for the tenants. So if said tenant is looking to move in, that parking space is technically be utilized to maneuver or unload or load vehicles in that situation.
And we're talking about a total of 7 units.
Total of 7 units.
I have another question for you. You may have explained this already, but in that trash room, I see a set of double doors from the Kenilworth Boulevard side, and then there's a man door that also goes in there. Did you say that the trash would be brought out those double doors or the overhead doors?
Well, yeah, through the front door, the one doors facing the boulevard.
The double doors, not the overhead door where the cars come in?
Right, correct.
So they would be typical garbage cans, what have you, and then the maintenance people there, or whatever you have, would take those cans out on the respective days?
Correct.
And they would then be located outside, or they would meet the garbage company?
Again, it could be coordinated ideally to be able to get it out there just before the garbage company's gone, out there. I'm assuming there probably will be a period of time where they're out, and then the management company, as soon as it's picked up, will look to bring those back in. So,
I have a question in regards to what your solution as far as existing grading. Right now, the site is basically 2 different elevations. Are you planning on keeping it level, or are you planning on putting a retaining wall?
we're looking to keep it level, looking at what, we're looking at
So you're
bring
going to
down.
import clean fill into the raised site up on site 2?
I don't know exactly where the fill numbers are stand right now, but we're basically we're matching all the elevations down see along the perimeter. And as we come up to the back, we don't require a retaining wall along the rear. So we're gonna be within a foot or so
Probably
of
about a foot and a
grade.
half elevation range.
Yeah, the difference, if you look in the back grading plan, and if you look at the center of the Duncan, there's about a foot rise in that, but we're using the landscape island to do that. to get back up to where the
Again, the
commercial-
second part of that question is affecting residents behind you with the elevation change, how are you gonna put a wall back there? Meaning I don't want runoff going back into residents' homes.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
of course, and no, and actually, we're not, that is absolutely not the case. Any drop of water that's sitting on this site is being pushed out toward the boulevard. There's no runoff that is gonna hit and flow back towards the road.
Correct, okay. Thank you.
Signage? Sure. So, Mr. Reparo did start to question me about the ID sign. So we do have a proposed ID sign for Duncan. It is in the island, at the entrance exit to the boulevard. So when you're pulling in, it's right to your right-hand side. There's a light pole there as well. It's a 5-foot-high monument sign. So it's 5 foot high off the ground, 12 feet, and it is 17.75 square feet in area. It'll have basically a masonry base and then a sign will say Dunkin' Drive-Through. That is the only ID sign out front. And then there's an array of building mounted signs, and I'll let our architect go through those in a little bit more detail on 3 sides of the Dunkin' building. The residential building does not have an ID sign, a monument sign or a freestanding sign up front. It has just a single sign if you look at the elevations for the building number up front.
And there's a detail of that Dunkin' sign in your plan set that was submitted to the board. That's correct. So sheet 15, I believe? I think it's sheet 15. Did you want to hit the review letter? I know that you've spoken to a number of the issues already.
So the harbor?
Yep.
So I'll refer to the harbor consultant's July 3rd, 2024 letter to the board.
Just give me a second, sir, I just want to get there.
No problem.
Okay.
So I'll turn to page 2. The first page is the top of the second for just information related to the application. So starting with site plan. Number 1, I don't want to steal my client's thunder, I stole a little bit already, but I've given some testimony on the operations. 4:30 to 10 is the hours. The deliveries will be essentially once per week for the box truck to come in. Garbage will be 3 times a week. Again, both of those being off hours. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are basically informational comments. Number 5, I will defer to our traffic consultant, Ms. Dolan, to go through that one. Number 6, I will defer to my client. It's an operational question with regards to the walk-up window. I'll turn to page 3, number 7. What I'll do is, we can agree really with most of these comments. I'll just address ones that really I think require any of my testimony. Is that okay? Sure. Otherwise, it's either informational or we're accepting them. So the first one would be number 8. And I recently just brought this up. This is regarding the adequacy of screening between the rear of the multifamily building and lot 20. So that's the comment in regards to the fence, and we're going to introduce, which is not on this plan, the 5-foot solid fence to enhance that buffer, in addition to the landscape strip that we have back there. The next comment would be under grading and drainage. This would be number 5, and it's talking about testimony regarding the under drain system. And we don't have an under drain system underneath the pavers we expect water to try and, once it hits the surface, to infiltrate through the gaps in those pavers. We didn't do any soils testing, but we intend to do some additional soils testing both for that area and for where the piping is going to be placed on the Duncan site, that we also are looking for infiltration. We'll provide those as a condition to Harbor for review. And that really is number 6, which is the fact that we will provide those soil logs. We'll agree to do that. The remaining comments on 3, we are agreeable to. Next page, number 4, under lighting. So, number 1 is a statement regarding the 2 EV spaces and the fact that there's no area lights over there. However, there will be lights underneath on the building. So, on the ceiling of the building, and those parking spaces are right outside of that. So there will be light that will come from those fixtures that will shed light on those cars. We just didn't model those fixtures, but we can, as part of a condition, to get those, show that the lighting will be effective for those 2 stalls. That's the same thing for number 2. We didn't model the ceiling lights, but we will do so. Number 3, I'll save for my client to talk about testimony regarding the time. Oh, actually, you know what? We can set those on a timer. So the lights are on the Duncan, we can set on a timer. So that way, again, after 10 p.m., they might go a little bit later than 10 p.m. because workers, once it shuts down, workers are there. But we can set them off so they're off shortly thereafter. Number 4, I'll save for my client to talk about security measures. Next comment, number 1, under traffic, I'll save for Ms. Dolan. Then number 2, I provided testimony about already the driveway configuration changes. Number 3, under traffic. We're not obstructing any site distance. I can put testimony on, and Ms. Dawn can further testify to this, that we do have site triangles. Both are in the plan, and none of the landscaping there is going to impact that. We're making sure we have clear sight lines at all the driveways.
Number 4 and 5, I believe you spoke to, that was delivery and the refuse and recycling.
Right, I did both of those. Number 6, we'll seek approval from the fire and police. I know we got a memo today for police, and Ms. Dawn's going to go over and talk to that. The miscellaneous at the very bottom of page 4. We have pending reviews with Union County, the Soil Conservation District. Rawway Valley, we submitted and we were okayed by then in October. Obviously the building department and PSE&G will do subject to approval. And no problem with number 2, we agree. On page 5.
Mr. Scott, under traffic, number 1, there was a statement, and I believe you already spoke to this because of the existing parking spaces in front of the retail shopping center are partially in the right of way. Do you concur with the board engineer's observation that anyone that uses those spaces is essentially backing out into the boulevard?
Yeah, they are. And in fact, when they're parked there, they might be in the boulevard, partially. So.
And then anything in the planning report that requires a response from an engineering standpoint, or would we defer that to the planning? Mr. O'Brien, was there anything from Mr. Stafford that he has not heard?
No, I'll say that I think I already touched on some of them regarding the bulk requirement variances and some of the efforts we're making that are not in the plan by doing the 5-foot high fence we're adding in. We do have this, we're going to have the solid barrier around the trash area. I testified to that, as well as the 4-foot high minimum screening from plants to either side of it where we have the planting areas.
How about snow removal? Mr. O'Brien has a question about snow removal.
Yes, with regards to the snow removal. So at this point, there are limited areas for snow removal, obviously, and it's really not any different than it is out there today. So ideally, what's going to end up happening is that there will be a contract with a company to basically remove and take the snow off the site.
So there's no proposal to store it anywhere on the site?
No, there's really no area to do so that wouldn't impact parking or circulation, so. Everything else.
Then, again, we'll leave the police report to Ms. Dolan. Chairman, I have nothing further on the rent for Mr. Chapman at this time.
Okay, Mr. David?
Yeah, what page did you say the sign was on?
It's on the site plan, number 4. Mr. David, it's right here in
The detail
the middle. It's right here. Oh, the detail?
The detail.
It's 15.
Sheet 15. Oh,
And it's all the way on the left one. There it is.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Do you have another question?
No, that was it.
I have a question about the lighting. You kind of touched over by the, where the EV parking is, and you said that's going to be at a later date, but you did say you would probably have a mast there. You didn't
No,
say
we're not
that?
gonna have a mast, there's no poles there, so we're gonna be, we need to recognize, obviously, we have the residential that's behind there, the home, so we wanna provide some light to there, but we don't wanna provide, fixtures either on the building facing towards those spaces, or light poles that obviously can definitely impact the residents.
Oh, that was one clarification.
So, this building, the parking spaces that are underneath the building,
Yeah.
remember, there's a ceiling just like this above them, and there will be essentially, we'll call it hi-hats, like the ones above you, the four that are above you, that'll be embedded in that ceiling.
Right.
And it'll be that light that'll shine on the parking spaces here, and there will be a little bit of spread from those lights that'll be hitting those parking spaces and that.
So my concern was the neighbors. I thought you said that there would be some type of conduit there or a mast for later use, and I didn't know if you were going to attach a light to that.
No. The only thing for later use that I think I might have talked to you in those two spots was the conduit that's being run for the electrical lines for the EV chargers.
Okay, for the later use.
For the later use.
Okay, thank you.
Will those lights be recessed rather than these which hang below?
They'll recess, yes.
Will the subdivision be by plan of right?
Should be by deed. It's a simple subdivision.
Was there any discussion about providing any green roof for the multifamily?
Green roof for the residential buildings?
Yes.
Well, maybe the
All right,
architect.
so you put that in.
And lastly, aside from the directional terms from the county, was there any other comments that they made that any revisions that you're incorporating into the plans?
No, there's some comments regarding details on how to build our curb and sidewalk, but really the main one was respect to the driveway configurations that were also recently.
Go ahead.
So now that I've seen the sign, did you say that the size was 5 by 17?
No, it's 17.75 square feet.
Oh, 7, okay, square feet.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so what's the
5
actual
but it's 5 feet
dimensions? 5 feet high, and then what's the length?
It's going to be 3 and change. 3, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I got to pull the detail. It should be on that detail.
Yeah, it's not, I don't sit here and calculate it, which I prefer to have you answer. So it's actually going to be high and narrow?
Yeah, it's probably going to be 3'6" by 5'2". Right.
I got you.
Is there any more questions? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
I've got 3 questions for you. How will the turns be restricted? You're not supposed to make a left-hand turn. How is that going to be restricted?
There's, to be through signage, and honestly, we didn't design the driveways, the 2 driveways in Kenilworth. We'll work that out with the county. It's either going to be through signage or just changing the driveway, you know, as far as a channelization of the driveway for the right turnout.
I guess my comment would be, if there's nothing to actually direct people to only make a right-hand turn, they're going to make less issues. And then I see bollards on there. Can you tell me about why they're located where they are and the purpose of this?
You said bollards?
Yeah, bollards I see on the boulevard, the corner.
Are you on the site plan, Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, I'm just like, 4 bollards, I think they're already there, actually.
There are bollards that are located, are you talking just immediately to the west of the building, the Dunkin' building?
On the corner of the, it looks like there's an electrical box there.
Yeah, so that's actually, I can talk to that, that's a generator. So there's this is the box that is immediately to the, if you're looking at the plan, to the
No,
left.
not the other side. I'm talking out towards the street.
Oh, is that the traffic light? Yeah,
It's
it's
a traffic light.
a traffic light box and it has to be followed, so
Right,
it goes
right.
over.
So
So
that's
those
all
bollards
it's-
are to stop any vehicles at Axon Foot Drive instead of reverse going into that.
Well, right, that's all in the county right away though, so that's not part, that's existing, we're not changing that, that's not part of our plan, so, yeah.
And then one last question, you're saying they're on conduit for 2 electric vehicle parking spaces?
Right.
My understanding is that by 2035, we're banning new gas vehicles. So I wonder if it's, in theory, in 10 years or 20 years, there could be no internal combustion engine vehicles parking there. So I wonder if it would be beneficial to consider setting it up to possibly have all electric parking stations.
That, really, we're following the regulations that were set by the state of New Jersey with respect to these EV stalls, which really only requires us to provide what we're doing in this plan, so.
Mr. David?
Yeah, to Mr. Dunn's point about the signs for, the turns, I think now, and I heard the case for when the existing Dunkin' Donuts was approved, however many years ago that was. And as you come in off of Michigan, there's like a little triangle that the board required the owner to put in to try and direct. So you come in off of Michigan, and then the other side of the triangle directs you to make the right turn. However, anybody who goes there knows you just drive over that and make a left turn.
It's like an elevated medical curve that sits in the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah. But again, that was put there during that hearing to specifically try to direct the traffic into the, into Dunkin' Donuts and then out of Dunkin' Donuts to the right. And yet people don't comply with that because it's not enough of a, deterrent for making the left. So to Mr. Dunn's point, something needs to be done to, not just signs, to direct traffic to the right. And something more than what's there now.
Yeah, no, look, noted, and we will coordinate that with the county.
Yeah, this board still has to approve it and can have conditions on it as well. So
Right.
the fact that the county might approve it doesn't mean the board will.
No, yeah, right, but, no, completely agree with you, and, but the design ultimately would need to be approved by the county in their right of way. The other part too is it would be in consult actually with the fire too, gentlemen, because it needs to be mountable for emergency vehicles that have larger turning radii to be able to get in. That's why it's mountable.
Yeah, right.
So, we need to make sure that that is adequate for them as well.
Sure.
A channel drive egress is not unheard of. I mean, it can work.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you go on 22. I mean, almost every establishment there has, and they're trying to direct you to make the, don't go the wrong direction on 22.
They're called workshops, and the fire department hates them, but if you keep them low enough, they'll live with them. You gotta provide access.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wrong way, whatever way they're coming.
Right.
Okay, is there any other questions for Mr. Skapanet?
FDIC connection for multifamily?
What was your question? I couldn't hear you, Mr.
FDIC
You know what,
connection.
The architect will come up.
Okay, we're good here. We could always ask more questions when we hear more, may generate, okay? Thank you. No, we have to get through all this testimony before we go to the public, right? Thanks. Yeah.
Find out what's in
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, thank you.
I mean, it don't matter.
I got you. I appreciate it. The best. So, Mr. Paparo, Mr. DeLuca got some time, so he's going to stay.
Oh, great.
To make it all work.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, if we're ready to proceed, I'd like to call Nicholas Diamore, representative of Dunkin' and the property owner, who's going to provide the operational testimony for Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. So, why don't you come on up, we'll swear you in and,
This one?
yeah, we have to swear you in, get your name, address for the record.
Raise your right hand, please. With regard to this matter, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
Yes.
State your name, spell your last name, please.
Nicholas Diemore, D''A''O''R''E.
Demore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Juan, is it preferable to use the 2 mics or what?
I can't hear you, sir.
Juan, is it preferable to use the 1 mic or the 2?
I'd rather have 2.
I'll stand up here. Okay. Nick, what is your position with NATC Donuts?
With NATC Donuts, I'm a COO. I'm responsible for all operations. We run 20 locations in Union and Middlesex County. And we're very thankful to be in Kenilworth. We've been here for a long time, and we're thankful to have you guys.
And I noted in my opening that your family has operated this Dunkin' for over 50 years, is that correct?
Yes, it was our first location.
And how long have you been working for the company?
I've been working for the company since I've been born, but formally, probably 6-7 years.
Okay. And you oversee the day-to-day operations, not just of this store, but?
Yes, of all 20, we have 400 great employees, and they're also thankful to be working with Cameron.
The current Dunkin', can you just, well, let's talk about the proposal, and I'll come back to what's there today. What is the desire of your company to replace what's there with the new proposed Dunkin'?
So with the new proposed Dunkin', I believe it'll kind of help the site move better, and it'll give it kind of an update, refreshed look. We've been operating drive-thrus for 5-6 years now, and side-by-side drive-thrus for 2 years, and we're well practiced. I mean, I've spent a year and a half studying it. I've spent hours meeting with the person that's designed it for the entire country, and I can get more into depth with this specific, I guess, procedure. It's called Omni, if you guys would like me to.
Yeah, let's talk about, because the double stack or the double lane drive-thru, I think, is an important feature. Explain to the board and the public, what's the benefit of having the double lanes and the double, it has 2 menu boards, correct?
Yes, two menu boards. I can go into much depth. I'll try and be as concise and clear as I can. But 2 menu boards, pay and pick up window, as Brett was saying, and it's really designed just to have more flow. We had prior drive-thrus that are only single lane, and we really stopped for 2 to 3 years to study it and help Dunkin' develop this new concept that's side by side, and we've been running that new concept for 2 years, and we've had a lot of success. The time from window to pick up, or I'm sorry, menu board to pick up is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's
From
our
menu
goal.
board to pickup?
Yes, from menu board to pick up. And our goal is just constant movement, obviously safely throughout the site, nobody flying through. And we have a lot of specifications here, like the pull-up. There's a little door on the side and a pull-up space in front of the door, so that if somebody has any issues, we can have them pull up, so we won't have any large stacking. It'll constantly flow through.
So the pull-up area is designed, if there's someone with a large order, a unique order, you can have them exit the drive-through and pull into that area so that they're not impacting the folks that are behind.
Yes, so we're not impacting either Michigan or the main street, and just keeping it smooth.
So, and we'll have some testimony on the inside of the store, but what has Dunkin' done since you've been involved in the company as far as how the interior is laid out to improve efficiency?
So I'll be, again, as concise as I can be, but they hired a
completely outside person, actually from McDonald's, to kind of rework their whole drive-through format, because we realized kind of 4 years ago that for the current environment, it's not working. So she actually came to one of our brand-new side-by-side locations last year, and we spent kind of 4 hours going through how did you develop this, and they interviewed not only traffic engineers, but managers across the whole country to how can we make this really the best for customers, crew, kind of all the stakeholders involved, and this is the result. And kind of the result we've had so far is it's been great. Our other location that's side by side has had no issues. It's been great. It's our fastest drive-through to date. It's efficient. The employees are happy, and I can really answer any questions.
Let's talk more on the inside of the store. Let's talk first the number of employees. So just give me an average on your peak time. Now, I know the store has slow times and peak times. I think the board and the public's most interested in your peak times. Can you talk about what the store of this size, which is a little over 1,100 square feet, what do you anticipate as far as your maximum number of employees inside the building?
So the maximum number of employees, I anticipate anywhere from 5 to 6. Really, with the new technology implemented in the store, there will be kiosk ordering, there will be pickups, a lot of people order on mobile. So we're really just going to have a tight space, which is good for the employees. It's less ground for them to cover. It's easier for them to work with, and with this new design, it kind of all just flows very nice compared to the store you see now. We all know it's been there for a very long time, and the way the equipment is situated, there's water lines in there, we can't move stuff around. That would really make it easier for the employees and work with a better speed.
Inside the store, are there designated employees for specific tasks? Is that how you have efficiency?
Yes, we run it like almost as close as to any team. Everybody's got their position and their role, and they got to know what they're doing and stay in position. And if we do that, 5 to 6 is perfect.
Why did Dunkin' go to a separate pay window and pickup window? What's the benefit of having two exterior windows?
There's a long story to this. Me and my dad went to battle with Dunkin' over this because they were single window people, and we told them that it just flows better. For the customer, it allows them to have options where if they're mobile ordering, they can have a faster experience. They don't have to stop at that pay window. And then for people, our crew inside the store, they're able to have a little more time assembly while the guest is kind of moving through. There's just more room for error. In the single window, there's a lot of hands being placed for different crew members, making payment and passing. It gets very disorganized. With the two windows, it keeps everything very simple.
And you've had the benefit of working in both layouts, a single window and a dual window, correct?
Yes.
And what is your experience with the new proposal that has a separate pay and pickup window?
My life is a lot easier with the 2 weeks.
And you said the average time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds from when you order to when you get through the entire drive-through pickup and you're on your way.
Yes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
As opposed to other coffee brands that we won't name, is one of the reasons why your Dunkin' sounds like more efficient is your menu and your product items?
Yes, the menu, the product items, the processes, we are kind of the fastest in the category because that's, one of the main things we're built on. Other than quality is speed. People want to get to work, they got places they need to get to, and we want to make sure they get there on time.
What's typically your busiest time? Is it morning rush? Give us an idea.
Typically our busiest time is anywhere from like 8 to 9. It goes a little later on the weekends, and now Fridays, a lot of people working from home. So.
Deliveries. Mr. Scapinet's talked about the geometry of the site, and he confirmed on the record that there will be no tractor trailers servicing this facility. As the operator, do you agree to, if the board were inclined to approve this, you would agree to that condition?
Yeah, absolutely. We would have a smaller box car come in for the delivery.
And have you used a box truck delivery for other stores that have, this type of layout?
For tight spaces, yes.
No objection to limiting this to box trucks?
No.
Mr. Scapin said your hours were 4:30 in the morning to approximately 10 p.m.
Yes, right now we're Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 9 PM, and then we are on the weekends, we're 5 to 9.
Both of the menu boards are on the side of the building facing the boulevard, correct? With that location, would you anticipate any kind of noise or any impact to the residents behind? I mean, they've been placed in front of the building as a proper screen. But as an operator, do you have any concern?
No, I don't have any concern. The building.
And you're aware of locations that have the menu boards on the opposite side, correct? That would be close to the property lines?
Yes, most menu boards, they kind of lag back a little more, kind of closer to the edge to allow more queuing, but we already have a great amount of queuing, so and it's better for the residents.
Chairman, I have nothing further for Mr. Diamore on direct.
I have a few dozen questions.
Sure.
So, very interesting operation with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There was a couple of questions that I didn't think of before, but you kind of brought them to light. I know that a lot of people here in town are very, very concerned about the traffic patterns, what's going to happen, congestion. And we all noticed that on Route 22, you have another company called Chick-fil-A, that we see the traffic pattern going all the way down Route 22, and it's chaos. And so I know it's a different type of establishment where they have to prepare food, but I do see that there are also double queuing stations, and I also see attendants outside taking orders to move the line more quickly. But what you're telling us today is that you have done that research and you have looked at other coffee establishments that probably order 7 squirts of this and a different type of macchiato that takes a little bit longer at the window, which would hold that time up. So you're not seeing a congestion. I'm sure it's always going to happen once in a while, but you don't see this as an overall situation.
You know, in my mind, when we do operations the right way and the way this store is designed, I know other concepts like Chick-fil-A, they have all kinds of issues. I can't speak to that. I'll say their volume is crazy more than our volume, but in my mind, with our door that's kind of on the outside, which is an even better adage compared to our prior side-by-side model, we could easily have cars pull up there and the crew members wouldn't have to step out of position. They would just have to take maybe 1 step to the right, open the door, hand it out, make sure they're okay, and we'll just be able to keep that flow.
So I don't want to take up all the time, but I have 3 more questions. I know that going to your store quite often, because our office is down the block, we do a lot of phone-in orders, and then we have to come pick up the order and things like that. So are you saying that when you phone in your order, you would go in the queue line, or would you park your car and then come and get it, or both?
So you'll have the option of both, and typically we love the people that order on the phone. It's close to 45–50%. And when they order, they say their name at the menu board, and we hear it, we prep it for them, they pull up. But if you want to park and walk in as well, we'll have a nice pickup station. It'll be right near the door. You'll grab it and go. Easy.
Okay. So my next question is that you said that you're going to have like this. There's a bug that keeps flying around. You said that you have 5 or 6 employees that are going to be there all the time and things like that. But I also noticed that you have 6 parking spaces outside, correct? Where do the employees park, and how does that relieve the congestion in your parking lot?
So we'll only have the 5 to 6 really during peak, and most of these employees, they do not take cars to work. They walk, they carpool. I have tons of other stores where they all take the same mode of transportation. They Uber, parent, boyfriend, girlfriend, you name it, drops them off. I think it's just the kids today, me and my dad talk about this a lot, they want some less liabilities. They're more concerned with higher expenses, and they're willing to try the scooters, bikes, electronic, and whatnot to come to work. Our manager actually, for this store, she walks, she lives right around the corner.
That's all I have for now. Anyone?
Yeah, I'll ask, as far as like, the queuing and your experience with the site, obviously you've been there for a long time, is there a calculation that's done based on what you know at peak time, the type of demand that's required, and how it relates to the 12 cars that you can queue here? Because I can see from, it's definitely a concern from our police department. This is, to quote him, the busiest intersection in the county. Do you use that information to help and run it through some type of algorithm to say we can handle the load, or when it loads up, do you expect it to back up?
No, we're fully prepared. We kind of know the average amount that we can take in an hour, the top out and the bottom out. But really with this model, it's tested to be able to handle crazy kinds of volume, more volume than we'll see at this site from sites we looked at in Ohio that process an insane amount of gas an hour. We're prepared to meet high volume. I wouldn't expect it would be more than a lot of our other locations that we're running today, but we have tablets, we have people that go out and take the orders. We're prepared for all kinds of scenarios.
And Nick, you have your other store up at the Boulevard that's going to remain, correct?
Yeah. Our smaller store, we call it Baby, will still be there.
So to put this, are you done, Frank? To put this in perspective, right now, when we enter your store, you have I don't know what it is, I'm gonna say 16 spaces or so, 8 in the front, 8 on the Boulevard, 8 in front, 15, 16. So would you, the way I'm hearing this, if I was to go into your store right now and you had that many people coming in, I would probably wait longer than 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get my order out than you would if you had the queue.
So you're saying it might be longer if you're walking in, or
The way your store sets up now, it seems as though you have these cars that are coming in and they're parking, right? Now you have a line in the store, but you got these parking people there.
Yeah.
They can't get out, other people are trying to come in. So it seems as though, the way I'm hearing your testimony, is that the cars keep moving, the people don't have to get out and get in. It's a shorter period of time to get the service at the window and get out of there, and you're constantly moving.
It's more efficient the way you're proposing it than what's going on.
Than what's going on right now. So if there's congestion, there's more, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm just thinking this out loud because I didn't realize how this pattern was going to work. It seems like there's going to be less congestion, what you're proposing, than there is right now.
Yes.
Because most of those cars are parking in the other parking lot.
Yes, and we've had a lot of actually instances with tougher parking lots like this one where people are backing up at both times, they dig each other and they gotta sit in the parking lot.
Right.
That happens more frequently, and we've never had that at a drive-through location.
Okay, I keep saying that's all I have, but I keep. Yes?
Did you do any calculations like what your increase in volume is going to be?
We know roughly that when we open a store, especially one that was a standalone to a drive-through, it could really be anywhere from 20 to 30% more guests, but that comes with walking in and through the drive-through. I feel that with the updated image, the nice landscaping and crosswalk, there will be more people caught up on both sides. That's what we see.
So if you look at it with the 12 in the queue and the 6 spots, you probably have more availability for cars than you do now.
Yes.
And I guess you could probably fit over 5 or 6 cars before you're actually pulling out into the boulevard.
Yeah. It just seems, I didn't realize it until I saw how the queue worked and what's there now. I think it's based on like having less congestion, because you're looking at that 2 minute and 30, that's pretty quick when you think about it. It almost takes you 2 minutes and 30 seconds to park the car and get out and get in it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just spitballing. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
A few questions. As the business is now, it's profitable?
The business is profitable, yes. I mean, we had a very rough patch during COVID, obviously, as most other businesses, but I mean, the building is kind of dwelling, the new Starbucks on 22 I heard, but we're...
And so, I think you said 20 or 30% more guests you expect if you were able to do this?
Done the right way, and we do our job, I guess.
If it's not able to be done, what kind of hardship would that be for your business?
I mean, for our business, it just kind of limits all our capabilities financially for not only our employees, but what we can do in the future. You know, we need to kind of do the best we can with our current footprints, and if we're not, then we're not really being responsible for our stakeholders.
So obviously this benefits, you know, business. I'm having trouble seeing a benefit to the town, especially. I'll tell you right now, my concern is, I don't know, it's all scenes ago. My son's going to ride his bike home from his baseball game. And I send them over to Acme sometimes, right? And now that you're saying every 2 minutes and 30 seconds, there's going to be cars coming in and out there.
Well,
so that's multiple threats for him on the bicycle.
In the early peak morning, I expect there will be some high volume, but in the afternoons after his baseball game, it'll be much slower. I can promise you that.
I mean, to that point, I agree with you there, but to that point, would it be any different than the gas station on the opposite corner or another business doing business? There are peak hours and there are low hours. You know, there is some give and take to everything that's going on, and we have to evaluate what is the negative side and the positive side. But yes, I don't think every 2 minutes and 30 seconds a car is going to come out, because if that was the case, he'd be a billionaire instead of a millionaire.
Are we taking questions about the Dunkin' Donuts right now, or are we go asking questions about the multi?
Well, he's talking about operations at this point.
The Dunkin', but when after you're done with the Dunkin' testimony, we can, one thing I do want to have you confirm, because your company owns the property, but as Mr. Scatman's testified, you will have a property management company that also is an arm of your company, manage the multifamily on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, yeah, that arm of the company manages 10 properties already, so we'll be prepared for that.
So that property management company has experience managing residential properties?
Yes.
And the day-to-day operations, as far as having someone monitor those, what I would imagine would be a year process once a year to have someone move in, those move in, move out, so that will be coordinated through the property management company?
Yeah, we'll coordinate all necessary communication and do right by it.
And as well as the trash removal, there was a question, would the private hauler have access to the trash room and take the cans, or would the building manager bring them out?
Yes, I think we'll find what the best way for the site, but if we need to give a key fob to whoever's removing trash, so we can.
So they can do it when, okay, so there's no waiting.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that could happen if this was approved, that we would have all of those garbage cans sitting on the gateway to our city.
Yeah, no, we don't want that. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to freshen up the image on the corner. I think that's the main goal, because the way it looks right now, I don't think we're shrinking.
Nick, one other thing about the shopping center. I mentioned in my overview, since I represented you when your company purchased the shopping center in 2016, I mentioned the difficulties that the company has had finding retail tenants. Can you just provide a little bit more testimony? What efforts have you gone through to try to find tenants for that building?
Yeah, we've worked with Anthony Nadine. He's our real estate guy, and there's the sign, I'm blanking on the name of the company. He's had the sign in the window for years. We've had maybe 2 phone calls about it, and each time they back out just because it's a lot of square footage and not enough parking. Anybody that wants square footage of that size and is willing to put up the financial risk to take on something of that size, they want more parking and more access for customers, and that's the current.
And this building's essentially vacant, except for the Chinese takeout restaurant, correct?
Yeah, he's been there for probably 10 years. He's a second generation guy. He's a great guy.
So that's been your only tenant in this building?
Yes.
And your company has made efforts to try to lease this for commercial purposes?
Yes. Many.
Chairman, I have nothing further on the multifamily for Mr. Greenwood.
Just one more thing on the multifamily, and I don't know if you could answer this. So, you know, a lot of bigger buildings or apartment buildings have move-in and move-out times. So they're not doing in a peak hour, you're not having a moving van or a truck there. Would that be a consideration to say, okay, you can only move in and move out at certain hours and maybe not during the peak
Yeah,
hours?
that's a great point. We apologize for not bringing that on direct. That is a very typical procedure that we're doing on many multifamily projects. So I apologize, we should have included that, but that's an excellent suggestion. And that should be something that's done by lease. That's something that's done management-wise to ensure that those move-ins and move-outs happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
First question, where is the current double stack location?
It's in Edison, New Jersey.
Yes, whereabouts? I work in this.
Inman Avenue, elevation of the plaza.
So thank you for that. The second question I have relates to the greenery, which I commend you for trying to add some greenery to the boulevard. How will that be maintained? So,
We have a separate property management company that will maintain that, but we also work with landscapers for our locations who help us out. I mean, it's in, just as your interest, it's in our best interest to make sure that it looks that way. I mean, we want to be positive.
so it will get maintained on a regular basis?
Yes, yeah, we.
Okay. And my last question relates to the residential and signs. So how do you intend to rent the units? The board and the borough will not be seeing, signs on the building continuously that say for rent whenever you have occupancies.
We plan on mostly working through the separate arm of the company and just kind of going through online. That's our plan as of right now.
One more question. So you got extensive experience in Dunkin' Donut operations. Prior to 2016 buying this property, is this more experience in multifamily, residential?
I would say me personally, I have a lot more experience with Dunkin' than multifamily, yes, but it's a separate arm of the company that does our property management.
So the company does have experience in property management with multifamily residential?
Yes, me personally, but my father and our team that runs that, they have 20 years of experience running
And they've
properties.
developed properties, like they've built them like this before, or managed properties as development?
So this would be a bigger undertaking for sure, but we've done massive construction on our Dunkin' side and our property side.
So,
Mr. Chairman, one other question I forgot to ask. You eliminated baking on premises quite some time ago. There won't be any baking.
No, there will be baking, but not. I don't want to get too into specifics, but not donut baking.
You mean sandwich preparation?
I mean like bagels, breads.
Yeah, I mean, that's going on in the current operation. So I guess I was referring more to the donut side of what you're saying.
You have a central kitchen for that, correct?
Yes, yeah.
So that's brought in every day?
Yes, every morning.
Usually run out by late night?
Late night.
For those of us who stop in.
Your finger, right? Late night, early morning, yeah, sometimes. Too late.
So because we were talking about, because we were talking about rentals and signs and things like that, we have two big, good-sized properties on the boulevard. So I'm now starting to think, because everybody's been hit with tax increases and things like that, the ratables at this point, I don't know where you are, does that increase for the borough, or does it stay the same? Once, if this is approved, will the ratable be, will the borough be in a better position?
Yeah, we're hoping to bring some more walls to the town, and we're hoping to create more a prosperous financial situation for county.
As far as the taxes, Chairman, that was the question. I think we can provide you with some clarity on that. I don't think Mr. Diamore could speak to that, but we can. I understand your question. We can get you some information on that.
Okay.
Before leaving.
I can only, you can only participate during the public portion, I'm sorry. Okay? Yes?
Just, could you go write a little testimony on the, I know every site's different, but the pedestrian walk-up traffic, could you just discuss that a little bit?
In the new site, what we expect? Well, in my mind, I'm kind of hoping that with the fresher image, we would attract just more people walking around, and maybe they'll say, on their way to Acme, they'll say, oh, this looks nice, I'll pop in, and they'll grab it, maybe they order on their phone, they'll walk in, they'll take it, and they'll continue their walk, coffee, maybe they'll go longer, they'll walk around other businesses. That's kind of my expectation. I think it might, hopefully, we do a little more, I hope some more people will be walking out because we're refreshed and looks better.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just ask.
Yeah, go ahead, I thought it was...
Was a architectural rendering of the new Dunkin' Donuts provided to the
Yes,
board?
yes, it
It was?
Yes. You should have a set of plans from...
I have this. I have this.
Yeah, this one right
Here we go.
Very good, yeah.
Which that's...
Those are black,
That's
so,
it.
yeah.
Oh, it's not rented.
I think you're talking about the elevation.
Yeah, I'm talking about similar to what was provided here.
Yes.
That's what I want to see. Colored rendering?
Not color, not only the color.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm looking for this, something like this.
No. But on page 2 of that, I think that'll give you a little bit more.
Sheet A2 is divided.
I think the architect.
I'll bring it up right now.
There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Let me just mark it, if we don't have a color version. 1 second.
We are at
A3, so.
Okay. We can have the architect give any specific questions on the materials, the colors.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Sure, okay. Once Mr. Diemore is, if there's any other questions.
Is there any more questions for Mr. Diemore? Anyone? We'll have the opportunity to get you back up here if we need you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for everything. Okay, Mr. Paparo?
Yes. Frank? Our next witness is the architect for the Dunkin'. We have a separate architect for the multifamily, but to answer these questions, since we had some expensive Dunkin' testimony, Frank Giulio.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yeah.
You state your name and spell your last name.
Frank Trujillo, Truillo, 8 Martin Place, Chatham, New Jersey.
Truillo, Frank?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to be testifying as an architect as to the Dunkin'?
Frank, just quickly, your education, area of expertise, and your license.
1981 graduate of New Jersey Institute of Technologies for architecture. I became a licensed architect in New Jersey in 1986. I'm licensed in Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. I'm a member of the American Institute of Architects. I've been Board of Trustee member on the Newark and Suburban chapter of the American Institute.
We're fine, Mr. Paparo.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why don't we switch spaces so you can, spots here so you can be near the plant.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Okay, the middle elevation here is what customers would see from Kenilworth Boulevard. So this is our front elevation. We have an entrance door here. Originally, when we conceived this building, it was a drive-through only facility. And when we met with the TRC committee in December, they expressed some interest in having a pedestrian accessible building. So we agreed at that point to add a pickup window. But we decided to go a step further and actually carved out a small lobby so customers can go into the building, order face-to-face as they do now, or make an online mobile order and come in and pick up. So the signage on the facade, Donuts is no longer part of the equation. The brand was rebranded about 4 years ago, and it's now called Dunkin'. And I felt it was imperative to add drive-through because for the last 50 years, the site has not had a drive-through. So we wanted to communicate to the customers that this is a drive-through facility. This area here is a hardy plank wood grain panel, and we'd like to put America Runs on Duncan, or if the board prefers, we could put Kenilworth Runs on Duncan. So the material basically is a fiber or cement panel, aka hardy plank, which gives the appearance of a wood grain siding. I've used it on buildings for over 15 years, and there's very little maintenance, and it holds up very well. It doesn't peel, doesn't lose its color. So I think you have a fairly maintenance-free building here. We do have an orange stripe across the facade and a canopy over the front entrance to shield people during a rainy day. The back of the building, here's where we have the two windows. So the first window is the pay window, and then the second window is the actual pickup. So we have some graphics here. So basically, the graphics are there as customers are waiting to give them something to look at. These graphics are not visible from the public right of way, so from Michigan or from Boulevard, you really can't see this. This is behind the building, really for the customers who are queuing online, waiting to pick up the order at the second window. This elevation here is the elevation that faces the new proposed apartment building. You can see on the profile we have a canopy over the drive-through side. Here's the door where if a customer orders for the whole softball team, they could pull into that designated spot, and an employee can come out of the store and hand off the large order to a waiting customer while the drive-through progresses. And then the elevation here facing Michigan Avenue, you can see we have a small icon of a coffee cup with a D. You can see in the background we have a canopy over the front entrance. This is the boulevard side. And on the back side, we also have a similar canopy over each of the drive-through windows to shelter the transaction during rainy days. And I think that's all I have. Any questions or comments?
Is there any seating inside?
No. We started, like I said, without any customer access, and we were asked to put in a window, a takeout window, for customers to walk up to. And the owners, Mr. Diamore, insisted I find a way to carve out a small lobby. So the lobby is really about 10 feet by 10 feet, so a couple of customers.
Is there any, is it a stark contrast, or you think, I don't know if you can see how the colors blend together, so it's just like two contrasting buildings right next to each other? They seem to be pretty close to each other, the color pattern.
I think when you, so not to testify, but when you see the next rendering of the multifamily building, I think some of the same materials and colors were carrying, other than the orange. I mean,
Gotcha. I understand there's got to be some signage, right? For the company. Okay, thank you.
Is the signage for the building compliant? Are there any issues that we're looking at as far as, they're lit in terms of square footage, anything like that? Are we considering that?
Only the monument sign is not allowed, the rest of it.
Is the lettering lit signage?
Yes, this is illuminated, yes. And this is externally illuminated. There's some light fixtures that shine down on this. And the coffee cup is internally illuminated.
But the graphics are not.
No, these graphics, there's some lighting above that will shine down on the graphics, but these graphics are not illuminated.
Will it stay illuminated even when it's closed?
I think one of the comments was to dim the lights. One of the recommendations. I think that would be included, correct? The timer would shut those off as well.
If there's no more questions for this gentleman, we'd move on.
Thank you, Frank.
To make sure that Mr. Trulio submits an electronic version of the colorized.
We'll get your digital data.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Frank. Our next witness is the architect for the multifamily project, Mark McNeil.
Did you
raise your right hand, please, sir. With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
Mark Marcille, M-A-R-C-I-L-L-E.
Mark,
Is it M-A-R-K or C?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mark, for the benefit of the board and public, your education, area of expertise.
I'm bachelor's of architecture from the New Jersey Institute of Technology, licensed architect, state of New Jersey, licenses, some good standing.
You appeared and provided testimony before planning and zoning boards.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I would offer Mr. Marcille as an architect, an expert in the field of architecture.
Thank you.
So, is this, Mark, remind me, is this the exhibit or this the sheet that was in the plan set, or is this slightly different?
No, this is different from the plan set. And the plan set was updated, we can probably mark all these.
Let's mark this, okay. So we're up to A4 for this exhibit.
Yeah.
May I ask the same question?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So did I just hear you say that what you're looking at now is different than our plan set?
The front elevation is the same, with a blown up version and a direct front rendering, which is in the plan set. There are differences in the plans that I have to present from what was submitted. The only difference really is that I didn't show where the condenser locations on those plans. So I indicated they'll be located on the roof and screened from view, which I'll get into in a second.
Mark, so what's been marked as A4, it's a good place to start. There's a question about consistency between the aesthetics of these two buildings.
Yeah, that was actually a great question. It is something that we thought about. We chose a brick as sort of the primary exterior finish element, which is called Windsor by Mutual Materials. So it's sort of a classic red brick, but it has a slight undertone of orange in it, which sort of pulls on the color scheme of the Duncan without being obvious. And we wanted to sort of break the facade down visually into vertical segments. It does sort of help to define the streetscape, this sort of proposed three-story building. We wanted to create a first floor segment that was sort of separated from the upper two floors. We wanted to give that first floor segment more of a storefront feel. So we obviously have that large overhead door in the center for the cars to go in and out of. So we chose to make that sort of a smoked gray glass storefront style overhead door. So you'll be able to sort of see through it, but you won't be able to see, completely clear through it. Same thing with the two sort of picture windows on both sides. That'll be a little bit more opaque, so you won't be able to see into the trash room or into the meter room on the right side. The trash room doors will be also more opaque. The trash room doors do not have an awning over them. Whereas the main entrance door is a little bit more of a clear glass and has an awning, a metal awning supported by lead cable attached to the building, just sort of denote that this is the entrance to the building.
And Mark, just to be, so the idea with this design was to sort of capture a mixed-use project that you can see typically in the downtown where there's commercial on the bottom and residential above, and that's correct. That's the look you were going for.
That's correct. Plus there is commercial on the ground floor along the streetscape, so we want to sort of mimic that view.
If you could now move into the floor plans, we had testimony regarding the 7-unit building. This is the sheet, Mark, is this the sheet that was submitted, or has it been changed?
This sheet was submitted, we did update it, add the furnaces to the floor plan, and I added a note indicating the 3-bedroom apartment is located on the second floor.
Okay, all right, let's mark this as A5.
Yes.
And this is an updated version of S, what sheet number is that? S?
A1.
A1. And the only modifications from what the board and the borough have are just adding a note as to which unit is going to be the 3-bedroom.
We added the note for the 3-bedroom unit on the second floor, which is facing the boulevard, and we added the furnaces in each of the apartments previously not.
So nothing, is it fair to say nothing of substance? You added a note to identify which unit.
Correct, nothing of substance. The exterior design is similar, the layout is
the number of units stayed the same, the breakdown?
The same, breakdown the same, yes.
Could you point to the 3-bedroom on your plan?
It's on the second floor on the boulevard.
Unit 2A. Unit 2A.
Unit 2A?
Correct.
Unit 2A.
And Mark, I think the garage Mr. Stafford gave extensive testimony on the garage, the parking, the trash room. I don't know if you have anything else to add about the trash room. There was discussion about, both from Mr. Stafford and Mr. Diamore about operationally how the refuse hauler would get in and out. Any other features on the ground floor that are service the building? I know you have a lobby, you have a package room, some of the amenities for residents.
It's a very simple ground floor, primarily to accommodate the parking. Trash room was mentioned, I think that's very clear how that works. The entrance lobby for the residents is large enough in size to accommodate, 7 units. There's going to be a section for mail and for package lockers. And then the meter room is essentially off of that, which is sized to accommodate the water meters and the sprinkling. The FTC connection would be right into that meter room where the sprinkler main would be.
So the building will be fully sprinklered, and there will be the connection, the fire department connection that was mentioned.
Yes, building is required to be fully sprinklered.
Is it elevator building?
Yes, there is an elevator to service the building. The second floor contains 3 apartments. One is a 3-bedroom on Kenilworth is at the top of the drawing, on the boulevard rather, and the other 2 1-bedroom apartments are towards the back. The side of the building that faces the Duncan is loaded with individual storage units for each of the tenants to have just additional storage to put decorations or luggage or things they don't need on a regular basis in their apartment. Then we provided a small amenity room in along the boulevard side, just for common use for all the tenants. And the top floor is 4 1-bedroom apartments, and a storage rooms along the Duncan side.
Is there a gym or a fitness center or some type of?
Yes, this common area room is designed to be flexible, but certainly will probably be used as a gym for the tenants.
And the average size of I know these are all 1-bedrooms with the exception of the 3-bedroom, average size of the 1-bedrooms?
Oh, 950 to 1,000 square feet.
Looking at the reports from the board's professionals, I just want to confirm that you've clarified, you've identified which of the apartments will be the 3-bedroom, that is Unit 2A.
Yep.
That's the only 3-bedroom, and that's the that's the unit that needs to be 3-bedroom for affordable housing.
That's correct. Yes.
Mr. Parro, can I ask you a question? I have a plan in front of me, unless I'm seeing something wrong.
Yeah.
Up on the second floor, it shows 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms.
I thought the same thing, Chairman. If you look close, it's labeled a bedroom, but that's because it's called 3-bedroom. I saw the same thing today when I was preparing.
Oh, yeah. It does say bedroom 4 here, but that's a
Okay.
typo.
All right.
Should be 1, 2, 3 bedrooms.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was item in Mr. O'Brien's report H, so you've addressed that. Did you want to talk about the condensers and how everything will be screened?
Yeah. So we should mark this on A6.
A6 is the revised elevations to include the condensers.
Correct, so I added a roof plan on the upper left-hand corner of the drawing showing the required 8 condensers. 7 of the condensers are for, obviously, for each apartment, and the 8th one is for the common area, and the storage lockers. So they'd be located in the middle of the roof. It would not be visible from the street, but we're going to screen them anyway with a vinyl horizontal screen. So that's the only change to that plan.
Chairman, nothing further for Mr. Marcio at this point.
Okay, thank you. Does have anything from this gentleman?
Yeah, I don't know if that the architect can answer this, but do we know the anticipated rents on these apartments?
I don't believe,
Anyone established?
Anyone on the team has established that yet, no.
Are there air handlers in the unit? How are they heated and cooled? I know you have condensers.
Forced hot air.
Forced.
Yes.
So are there any lights on the back of this, on the back of this building?
We don't have any lights currently shown on the plans on the back of the building.
Okay, I was just worried about the residents, and like lots of lighting coming for the residents. There's no lighting, that's even better, I guess, so.
We don't have any proposal on the building
Okay.
right now.
Have the plans been revised to relocate the EV spaces along the rear, as I think the ones I have?
No, this was not updated for that change. We will coordinate.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And did you consider any green infrastructure for the roof?
You know, we didn't talk about it, but I'd love to do it. So if that gets on board, I'm on board. I would like to do a low growth sedum system. It's a modular system. It's relatively easy to get rooted. And there's really no maintenance after about a month of watering it. It's not very expensive. I think it'd be worth looking at.
So this is a 3-story building?
Correct.
So on page A2, it says rough ceiling, 4th floor. It's in the bottom right corner, front elevation. It's on the left-hand side.
No, that's the height of the parapet. The 4th floor is just something that the computer automatically generates, but it's not a 4th floor. It's just the top of the parapet.
I thought you were trying to sneak one in.
So is there a second overhead door that goes out the rear of the building to access those EV spots?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant to leave them. There's no through.
No, not
Okay.
through, but just to hit those
Yes.
spots in the back.
Is that shown on, Mark, is that shown on the rear elevation? Can you point that out?
It is shown.
Can you also go over the security measures going in and out for the residents?
The residents would have key fobs for access to the main entrance door, as well as for the overhead doors, so that it's actually like a garage door opener would work. It would essentially, open the door when they're coming in, and close after they come in. The refuse company would be given the same fobs to access the trash room, and we can give the same fobs to delivery companies to access the lobby, just the front door to the lobby. And the mail and lockers.
Can you speak to the affordable housing unit?
Sure.
How that works as far
Sure.
as it being a 3-bedroom unit as opposed to the rest of them being 1-bedroom units and the fact that there's one?
Sure, absolutely. So the number that was arrived at was 1, 15% set aside that's required because it's a rental building. That would, 7 units, it turns out to be 1 unit. If you're providing 1 unit, according to the Uniform Housing and Control Act in the state of New Jersey, it has to be a 3-bedroom. That wasn't the original intention, but in order for the borough to receive credit for that towards their affordable housing, it had to be 3-bedroom. That, as far as rent, that's done completely through the county and through the housing agency. The affordable housing agency, that rent is sent based on average median incomes for the region, not just the borough. The borough is included with many municipalities, and I don't know if we're region 2 here. I don't know if this is region 2, but whatever region this is, that's established for the entire region, which includes a number of municipalities. And the qualifications to rent that unit are handled through the administrative agent for the affordable housing program. And it would be deed, it would be deed restricted, and it has to be in order for the county.
Sure, understood that.
To get credit for it.
Kevin?
Just if you are interested, the maximum incomes in this area to qualify for affordable housing were in the $50,000 range. So starting teachers, police, et cetera, would qualify.
Which I have a question.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Dunn.
this building as is now, the application for variance is to rezone it from commercial to multifamily. Is that correct so far?
Pretty
Variance is being applied for?
Well, it's not a rezoning.
It's not a rezoning,
It's not a rezoning, just classification.
Classification. So are there any building variances that are being applied for, or is this as is basically?
It's a great question, and that's actually something that we may not have highlighted as much as we should have. The building itself, other than the use to have multifamily on the boulevard, the building itself complies with all of the bulk requirements, meaning the setbacks, the height, parking, coverage. There are no variances required for the actual structure, it's just to have multifamily in this location.
And now the Duncan did require some building variances.
There were some, as noted by Mr. O'Brien in his report, there were some landscaping, screening variances and design waivers. There was a variance for the monument sign, that's not permitted. So the Duncan did require some variance relief and design waivers.
Anyone else?
Yeah, what's the distance between the rear property line and the rear of the building?
Right,
Because there was a question about lighting and the fact that there wouldn't be any lighting, and so if there's significant space back there, I would think you'd want to have some type of lighting, even if it's just censored, right?
I'm sorry. The 14 feet was actually a revision to provide better distance. It was, the initial submission required a rear yard setback variance. We were too close to the rear property line and the residences, and the building was scaled back and reconfigured so that it provided that required setback that the borough established.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but again, I'm thinking, somebody brought up the lights and the fact that with that much space, people could be congregating back there, and so to have it just dark doesn't seem like a...
So in a previous project, we allowed the lighting back there, but it went off at a certain time or dulled at a certain time, so it wasn't on all night long and stuff. So maybe we could have some lighting back there with timers on it again, or dimmers. If that's what you guys want.
Or sensors.
You can adjust lighting so that the row just goes downwards and the residents aren't affected by the lighting. So they can design scallop lighting or the shoe boxes so that they're tilted, so that it just shines on that area so the residents aren't getting into the light.
Right, Mr. Ladati brought up that we heard an application previously that we required that, and again, the fact that we were saying there wouldn't be any, and so there should be some, and then the professionals can work out what's most appropriate to not affect the residents. Right?
And as far as the solid fencing you're proposing behind the building and behind the Dunkin', don't we require a 6-foot solid fence, or I seem to recall?
We allow, we don't require.
Oh, allow, so anything up to 6?
You can request 6, everything's on the table.
Yes.
Question for the architect. On the south elevation of the prior set that I have, there appear to be a number of blank windows on the second floor to the rear, and some on the left side, third floor. Are they still supposed to be blank? They appear to be brick.
That's correct. There are several that are indicated as, that are brick, that are sort of indicated as windows that may have been enclosed in the past, simply because windows aren't required in the floor plan or blocked by the stairwell. So we wanted to fenestrate the facade to make it look interesting. We wanted the building to look great from all 4 sides. So we added those recesses, sort of mimic the look of a window. I'd be happy to add more windows wherever we felt appropriate in the floor plan. But there were things in the way that restricted us from doing that.
Could you add a faux window instead of brick windows to add more interest, particularly since this faces the residential area?
Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Kevin, I didn't hear what you said there. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There are a number of brick windows proposed. I asked if faux windows that would look like a window would be okay, so that the faux windows through, and the architect indicated they could do that.
There is a bedroom next to the balcony on the second floor. It has a faux window on it. Is that intentional, or?
Yeah, we were happy to make that a window. There's a bedroom there.
That's it.
Oh yeah, that was updated in this plan. That's good for us. There's a couple in the stairwell that we probably could make windows also. I'd be happy to make all of those in the stairwell windows. As long as they're not, crossing the stringer.
Did you get that, Kevin?
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
That won't look
Mr. Dunn?
Obviously, this is a big investment for you and your family, and you want to make, I guess, one of those to you.
Sure.
You obviously want to make money right off of multifamily unit. Can you speak to how you arrived at 7 units, what restrictions, or like, would you want more units? Like, how does this maximize profit for you? How did you arrive at
Sure,
this?
it's a great question. So, Mark, your memory is probably better than mine on this. I thought one of the original designs were if there were more units.
We had started, I believe, with 12. We needed a parking variance.
And it was largely driven, thank you for jogging my memory, it was largely driven by not being able to comply with things like rear yard setback and parking. So the applicant sacrificed the units to make sure that they were providing something that wouldn't have a negative impact on the community by not providing ample parking. So that's how we arrived at 7.
And providing the storage units for each apartment so they have ample storage space.
If, just I guess a question for my own curiosity, if things like parking minimums were required, or there were variances available for setbacks, would this be a more profitable venture?
If there could be more units because there weren't those limitations? Yeah, I mean, I think there could be substantially more units on here. Mark, this isn't a very dense project in your professional opinion, is it?
The project could be more dense. So we've done similar size projects that are more dense, and if it was more dense, it would be more profitable.
So by requiring parking, there's less money to be made by the landlord.
I think it's a combination of things, Mark. It's the parking, it's making sure you're not too close to the property lines. It was all those building envelope concerns. But yes, to answer your question, those zoning constraints dictate how many units can be placed.
I guess only because of curiosity, it was not worth it, in your opinion, to try and, you're applying for variance, other building variances, you're not applying for building variances.
I think
I mean, you come up
I mean, yeah, I think if we could do more, we'd love to do more, but we want to do something that makes sense. We don't want to put anybody in a bad position or anything like that.
Sure.
I'm just thinking, increasing profits is not,
It's not
the job of the board.
Yeah, I
I'm trying to learn, that's really all it is.
Okay.
I'm trying to see how this process works, like they
Okay.
came with, they wanted 12, the town says you need parking, and now.
Generally, applications with less variances are better. So
Oh, yeah,
coming
that's
in
what-
with wanting more variances has a better risk of being denied. So that's a key reason why you would try to minimize the number of variances that you're putting before the board. And again, it's not the board's responsibility to make sure that someone's application is
Oh,
proper.
yeah, I'm not trying to understand, I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah. Basically, we're looking for compliance and at the closest possible measure. So we can proceed. Does anyone have any more questions for this gentleman? No. Okay. What else you have?
Elizabeth Dolan, our traffic engineer.
Okay. Let's get this Oh, where are you?
You want me over there?
Do you have something to point to over there?
No, let's switch it.
Okay.
Here I am.
With regard to this application, you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth.
Yes, I do.
For the record, state your name, spell your last name, please.
Elizabeth Dolan, D-O-L-A-N.
Thank you.
Dolan and Dean Consulting Engineers in Somerville, New Jersey. I'm a licensed, should I go?
Yeah, your education, area of expertise.
Chairman, Ms. Dolan has appeared before us numerous times, and
Yes.
provided their license is still in good standing, the board may wish to consider her an expert traffic.
Thank you. My license is in good standing, recently renewed.
Okay.
So that's, you prepared a traffic impact analysis for this project. It was revised, it was originally submitted and updated, I believe the latest is June 19th, 2024.
That is correct, June 19, 2024.
And that was the full version that was submitted to the board most recently.
That's correct.
Can you provide, we've had extensive testimony regarding the drive-through. Your office analyzed the queuing and the stacking and taking into consideration the operational aspects of Dunkin'. Can you provide the results of your findings?
I can, and I know you've heard an awful lot tonight about the design of this facility, the operation of the facility, but I do want to remind everyone that there's an existing Dunkin' on site, and we counted the driveway volumes on a weekday morning and a weekday evening to understand the volumes and how the current driveways are operating. And there's been a lot of talk about the driveway activity. So if I start with that, and then we can get into the drive-through. But when we counted, we found the peak hours in the morning, and of course Dunkin' is busiest in the morning. We found that Dunkin' was doing about 50 vehicles, 50 in, 50 out, just under that. But of those vehicles, only one exited left to Boulevard, and only one exited left to Mission. The predominant movement is right in, right out, and we did have some lefts in off of Boulevard as well. Dunkin' is a convenience type of facility. Most fast food restaurants, inclusive of Dunkin' and other coffee shops, they thrive on the traffic that's on the existing roadway system, and because they're convenience facilities, people are typically making right turn movements, and that's exactly what we saw here. And of course, in the evening, it's not as busy because Dunkin' just doesn't do the volume that maybe McDonald's and other fast foods, conventional fast food would do. But again, same thing. One left out in an hour to Boulevard and no lefts out to Michigan Avenue. So the site does exist, and it's because it's close to the intersection and these are busy roads, you're not seeing a lot of lefts. And so when the project team discussed the comments from the county that said left turn prohibition, my response to the team was, well, of course you'd like to be able to allow that movement during off-peak, but if you look at the volumes that we counted at the existing Dunkin', people aren't doing it because they can't do it. It's very difficult to do. So with that as a background, and with the reinforcement of what Brett Scappa has told you, we got the comment from the county, they said no lefts out. So that's the way it's going to be since they have jurisdiction. And I fully understand that signage doesn't always preclude someone from doing what the sign says you're not supposed to do. So if channelization islands are appropriate, we can work that into a revised plan. What I would also point out is that because these roads are so wide, anybody can swing out around an island and still make that left if they want to. And if they're doing that at 5 o'clock in the morning before the volumes pick up, well, that's when it's probably easiest. But since the orientation of the traffic is more so eastbound, particularly in the morning, I don't see a great potential for an increase in people trying to make lefts out. But that's just the traffic volume activity. The other thing that kind of goes to some of the concerns about how quickly traffic may be exiting, particularly back out to Boulevard. This is a quiet Dunkin' when you compare the volumes that we reported to most of the other research sites that we've looked at. 50 vehicles is about half the volume that a typical Dunkin' does in a morning peak hour. And again, in the traffic world, we focus on peak hours. So, but from 6 to 9 in the morning, when you're seeing that peak, we're usually seeing 85, 90 vehicles per hour, up to 100 vehicles per hour. That's a little bit more typical. I don't think that just because the site is renovated, we're going to double the volume. But getting into the drive-through and the capacity, I've been working with Nick and his father and the consultant for Dunkin' over the past several years as well, understanding how we can maximize the throughput of the drive-through. This design can handle over 200 vehicles in an hour, which would be an incredible amount of traffic. And we did a research count up on Route 17 in East Rutherford or Rutherford, where the volume on northbound 17 was over 3,000 vehicles. That site was doing higher than 100. I think that site was doing 150 or so vehicles. So from a capacity perspective, we've got a somewhat quiet site. It's dated, it needs to be modernized. I don't think we're going to automatically double, but if we were to double the traffic, this system has the capacity to get that traffic through the system. Someone asked about the existing dual drive-through that the applicant has, and that's on Inman Avenue in Edison. And I went and I counted and observed that, and I found 110 vehicles that got through there in 1 hour. There were never any more than 11 vehicles in that drive-through queue. It keeps moving. You have 2 order points, and so that keeps the cars moving. You have the 2 windows, so that there's the pay point and the pickup point. And one thing Nick didn't mention is that what we've done is the typical drive-through used to have queuing for 4 vehicles between the order point and the pickup point. That's been increased to 6, so that gives the employees more time to process the orders. And so the whole drive-through experience is much faster and more efficient. And yes, it does go specifically to the Dunkin' menu and the fact that they don't have these specialty orders or a huge menu to choose from with a lot of different options. And they've got the beverage person and the food team. So all of these different things taken collectively allow the throughput to be, as I said, they can accommodate over 200 vehicles in an hour. We saw 110 at this new site on Inman Avenue. And so I think those are the things that I took away, because when we first started a different application with this team, we didn't have the Inman site available. And then once it came on board, and gave it a few months to settle down, we counted and we saw, and I've been there since this specific research count that I did, and I haven't seen any problems. I've also seen videos produced by the Dunkin' team of other sites outside of the state, and same thing. This 2.5, and I did see there were times where it didn't take more than 2.5 minutes to get through the queue, but again, there were no backups. I think also too, what's important is we all know what happened during COVID, and those queues were spilling out into the streets everywhere because we had no other option. You couldn't go in the buildings. And that's when this whole focus on the drive-through really started, and we knew we had to make an improvement. So this team effort, and Nick and his dad have really, I think, helped, especially here in New Jersey, to create a situation where we can move the vehicles through, have a much better operation, and it goes not just to the design and the menu board placement and the 2 windows, but also to how they've set up the kitchen, and that's not my field of expertise, but with fewer steps to perform your tasks to prepare an order, all of these things taken collectively allow this drive-through to have a capacity that far exceeds what we're going to expect to have here. And Joe, I don't know if I answered your question the way you wanted me to, but I wanted to give the board the benefit of the actual numbers that are happening here and the numbers that this system can accommodate, which we would never see at this location simply because of this location and the fact that the volumes passing the site aren't high enough to drive up the volume to over 200 cars in an hour.
And that's one thing I wanted to follow up. One of the board members made an excellent point, an observation that I'm sure you've seen in your experience. Sites like the one that exists today without the drive-through, where you have people running in, getting something, running out, that quick movement, people backing in, backing out, getting into their cars. I mean, from a safety perspective, have you had any observations as to what that can look like versus having everybody in their cars, in a drive-through lane, stationary until it's their time to move forward?
Right, there's a lot of movements that can and do happen on the site currently. And the proposal is this sort of one-way counterclockwise circulation pattern, which keeps everybody moving and keeps everybody moving in the same direction. And I do think it was the chairman or a couple of the board members had said that this is a much more efficient layout and operation. And 2, when I've been doing the observations, not just of this Inman site, but some other sites, you can tell the people who have made mobile orders, because they either park and run in and come right back out, or you can see them bypass the menu board in the drive-thru and go right to the windows. So it is very efficient, and that's something that's, you know, new to the industry, but it certainly works well. And when I sat there for 2 hours and watched all this, you could see how efficient the entire operation is. So I think overall, it's a much cleaner layout and circulation than what's existing. And Brett talked about the driveways and next door, and I can talk to some of the numbers about the residential, but we're cleaning up the access, we're pushing the driveway further from the intersection, and we're having no ingress from Michigan. And when you look at the numbers, there's not that much. The majority of activity is coming in and then going back out to Boulevard. So I think it's a much improved circulation system than exists today.
You not only analyze the traffic movements, but you look at the site plan and how it's been designed and laid out for safety and efficiency, correct?
Yes.
And this drive-through, as Mr. Scappa has pointed out, can contain, I believe it's 12 vehicles in this queue and stack before they encroach into any drive aisles, correct?
Right, and I agree with his comment that we can definitely get a 13th before there's any compromise to the on-site circulation, because a 14th vehicle would definitely block the access to the parking aisle. So I think it's definitely comfortable based on what we've seen at Inman and based on what I understand from the overall Dunkin' operation.
And when you're analyzing these sites and you're questioned on some comparisons to some other types of businesses that have drive-thrus, we've heard Chick-fil-A and some of those types of businesses. When you analyze both of those types of quick service restaurants, is there a noticeable difference from Dunkin' versus some of those operations that have larger menus, more complicated menu items?
Sure, and we've been involved in a lot of those, and queuing for up to 20 is being provided in different fast food and coffee locations. And Chick-fil-A is a completely different animal. I think we all can recognize that that is just a monster fast food operation with something far greater than a Dunkin's going to see. But yes, we do look at it, and now we're looking at it on a more individual basis based on the brand.
From a parking perspective, that's another aspect of circulation and safety that you take into consideration. You've seen the design of the parking for the Dunkin', and you've heard the operational testimony from Mr. Diamore. You've obviously viewed what goes on there today. Are you comfortable with the amount of parking and the configuration?
I am, and also too because that this whole mobile ordering type of thing can be accommodated, and I've seen it being accommodated in the drive-thru. Face it, everybody wants to stay in their car. If they have the option of staying in their car or parking and walking, I think the majority of people are staying in their car. So the amount of parking for this use, and as Nick pointed out, a lot of the employees don't bring their vehicles to the site, and you can see that from the existing operation. There's not a parking problem. So I think that providing the designated spaces for Uber and Lyft drivers, I think that's a great idea, because that's also trending in this business, and so we've got 2 spaces labeled for that. We've got the accommodations for pedestrians, so I think overall it's laid out well, and of course we do exceed the parking requirement.
And finally, Betsy, you've reviewed all of the reports from the various consultants, correct?
Yes.
Did you want to just take start with the Harbor letter and Mr. O'Brien's letter, and then after you're finished with those, we can, anything that's traffic related, obviously.
Right, yeah, because I was taking notes when Brett was testifying, and I think the first one for me in the Harbor letter is number 5 under site plan. I guess that's page 2. It says, it talks about the 2 driveways are proposed on Boulevard, one for Dunkin', one for the residential. We recommend that the driveways, I think it's exiting to Boulevard, be restricted to right turn only. Well, that was also something from the county, and we're agreeing to that. And however, we are guided to redesign, in addition to signage, we'll work with the county and the board and the board's consultants.
So before you continue off of that one, your traffic study, there was very few people that were making those left turns, but despite that, the applicant's willing to follow that recommendation.
Yeah, in my mind, it is self-policing, and even as I mentioned earlier, if we were going to provide a channelizing island, if somebody who really is bent on making that left will do it, but we are absolutely being guided by the county and the board as well. So yes, we will prohibit those left turn exiting movements. Number 6, I think Brett also referred to me talking about the pedestrian walk-up. Oh, he deferred to Nick, I'm sorry, that wasn't for me. So sticking to the harbor letter on page 4, there's a section under traffic. Number 1, there's a statement that that our report indicates that the shopping center and Dunkin' existing have more trip generation than under the proposed condition. And I guess it's time to get into the residential component of this. In our report, we reference the Institute of Transportation Engineers for the proposed apartments, and it's only a few apartments. So the trip generation is limited to 3 driveway movements during the morning peak hour and 4 in the evening. And when we look at the, again, I took you through some of the numbers that we counted at the existing Dunkin'. At the retail plaza, we had 18 morning peak hour trips and 15 evening peak hour trips, and that's based on a pretty much empty and quiet center. If it were a thriving shopping center, the activity would be much greater. But even with without accounting for a fully occupied shopping center, we calculated a 15% increase on Dunkin' activity. We added the retail, and we came up with a reduction of 1 morning peak hour trip and a reduction of 7 peak hour trips in the evening. So
Residential.
I'm sorry, residential, yeah. Right.
So that was a reduction.
A reduction, yeah, in trips with the replacement of the commercial with the residential apartments. And then the second part of number 1.
So you're saying the commercial as if it was fully occupied because it's empty now?
No, we took the driveway volumes that we counted, and then when we, basically, if you take the 18 morning peak hour trips and swap them out with 3, there's a net reduction, but we increase the Dunkin' to account for the hopeful gain in business. So basically, it's a wash, but by the calculated numbers, there's a reduction of 1 trip in the morning peak hour and 7 trips in the evening peak hour. And I think Brett really commented heavily on the second part of traffic comment number 1 about the maneuvering and the big paved area in front of the commercial building. So we're going to be cleaning that up and have to clean the driveway. So again, that, in my opinion, is an improvement over the existing conditions where you've got parking maneuvers within the right-of-way with close proximity to the depressed curb. And number 6 gets us to the police department memo that came through this evening.
And about the, I'll let you address that, but you know, after reading the police department, my takeaway, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it seems to be a reference or a comparison to those exact type of fast food businesses that are in Dunkin' that people may be familiar with on Route 22 and the like. Is that my reading that correctly?
That's my read too, and just for the record, it's the July 10, 2024 letter from Captain Campanelli talking about his concerns with the introduction of a drive-through here and that spillover potential onto Boulevard. If you've heard it from Nick, you've heard it from me. I don't see that as likely here for a variety of reasons. And we've got the safety valve of this pull-off space, that hatch space on the east side of the building that allows any big water to be managed by having that vehicle pull to the side of the building and then keep the queue moving. I didn't see that happen in the visits I've made to the Inman Avenue site, but I think that with the different things that we've all talked about tonight, I certainly understand the concern, and if this were an undeveloped site and didn't have a history of a Dunkin' operating here, there would be more of that type of focus on this concern, but since we've got an existing business, it's been here, I think, for over 50 years, it's been said, the market is established. So while we have factored in, and the applicant hopes for an increase, I don't see it to be something that would create any kind of backup onto the roadway system.
So taking all of your analyses and observations into consideration, do you have a professional opinion as a traffic engineer as to what, if any, negative impacts would you see from introducing the drive-through and converting that retail building to multifamily?
Well, I don't see any negatives. I think there's a lot of positives because we're cleaning up the driveways. We're, I think, better defining the driveways, particularly for the commercial section. We're not going to have all that maneuvering in close proximity to the traveled way, the roadway. We've talked about the restrictions for driveways that currently don't exist. There's no left turn egress prohibition for the commercial or Dunkin' driveway to Boulevard. So that is something that will create fewer conflicting movements or further, hopefully reduce those movements, even though in my mind it's self-pleasing. And then I think you've been taken through the design of the Dunkin'. In my mind, the one-way circulation is very clean. The double drive-through we've talked about now a great deal. The efficiency, ample parking, the parking for the residential meets appropriate standards. The parking supply is appropriate. There's accommodations for delivery and pickup and so forth. So from my perspective, it's an improvement from a traffic and circulation perspective.
Thank you, Betsy. Chairman, I have nothing further on Director Betsy.
Okay. Thank you, and
So when you're doing your observations of that site, did you, I mean, just my thing, I drive that way down to the boulevard, to the Parkway every morning, and I get stopped from people trying to get into the Dunkin' Donuts as it is now. Did you observe any of that? And I guess in your opinion, is that would cure that from happening the way it's happening now on occasion?
Well, if people trying to get in on Michigan, we're not going to have them coming in.
Right,
on
but coming
Michigan.
down the boulevard, I
Yeah.
get stuck sometimes with people, that parking lot is kind of backing up and it's backed up anyway. People are trying to make the right into there off the boulevard and I'm stuck trying to get down the boulevard. Do you think the two dual lane
I think
drive-through will cure that?
Yes, because number one, you're going to have basically three options. You're going to either have the parking aisle or one of the two drive-through lanes. You're coming in, you're not faced with any obstacles. The only obstacle you could encounter is somebody backing out of the closest parking space adjacent to the driveway. But there's still room for that vehicle to come into the site. So I think the one-way configuration reduces the amount of conflict on site. So I think it's going to improve that situation.
Thank you.
So, looking at your comparison between Inman Avenue and here, we just took a look at that on the Google map, and that seems like that's in a more of like a mall site type setting.
Yeah.
So the comparison is really not identical to what, nor would it ever be identical, but it really in comparison is somewhat different because you would go in and you have much more room, based on your report that you were saying that in Edison you had 110, it could handle over 200, but I think you have much more space there to handle.
You have more space because it's a destination shopping center. I mean, there's a supermarket and a bunch of different retailers, and it's not more of a downtown the way the setting is, but the design of the drive-through is the same. They do have more parking at that site, but the drive-through operation and design is what is proposed at this location. So it's the drive-through configuration, the menu board placement, the double menu board, the two pick up and pay windows. So all of that is the same, and that's what we looked at in terms of the throughput. But it wasn't as though you had people lingering in the parking aisles of the shopping center.
But you do have a relief if that did get congested, they could veer off and go into the other parking
Sure,
space.
there's a lot more pavement in the shopping center, yeah.
Okay, anybody else have any questions?
This is purely observational, but we were just talking about there's a site that was recently built in Cranford, pretty busy intersection. I think it's Elizabeth Avenue and, say, South Avenue or North Avenue.
North Avenue.
Where, since they built that site, I don't know if they've improved it at all, and whether or not it's 1 lane or 2 lane, it's a Starbucks site. And it's a nightmare, and I've heard people make the comments. And I know you've talked about they have a different product and all, and maybe you're familiar with it and say what's gone wrong there, because...
I can tell you a lot about what's gone wrong there. Number one, it never went through DOT process. And I think that had it gone through DOT, because that's Route 28, there would have been a different outcome. It's a very small site, and they have gone through different on-site iterations. I know the latest thing is they've got these bollards that push you to go all the way around the building so that you can't any longer hang out on North Avenue. So, and of course, it is a different menu, and specialty takes a lot longer to get through a Starbucks drive-through than
It's also a single lane.
Oh yeah, right. Not even mentioning the double drive-through that we're proposing here tonight. Yeah.
And you can make a left from North Avenue.
Yeah.
Into that lot. That's a big issue.
It's tight site.
Yeah.
Now, the Dunkin' site on 22 that I happen to drive by, and they on the peak times, it's the site where the Valvoline is, and then there's the new drive-through Dunkin' there. That's 22. Observational. That's a pretty busy site. Now, I don't know if you know anything about that
I
site as far
haven't
as volume.
studied that site. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, not that I've seen anything back up onto 22, but I do see, plenty of cars in that queue. Just curious.
And again, these Dunkin' double drive-throughs there's not too many. I know that there's one in Cherry Hill, and we've been working on a couple other applications. So they're coming on board, but the Inman is the closest one to study.
I just confirmed with Mr. Diamore, who knows obviously all the Dunkins in the area. That's a single lane, it's not a double lane.
Does your traffic study take into account pedestrian and cycling, or anyone else traveling outside of vehicle traffic as is now?
Sure, that was an outcome of the technical review meeting we had several months ago, was to specifically accommodate pedestrians at this location. So there's been sidewalk routing into this property, and of course, we're obligated to upgrade and improve whatever sidewalk is in disrepair along our frontages. So that is an accommodation that's part of this application.
Anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Vernon?
Yes.
Actually, a question for Mr. Maldi. Could you provide us all with a copy of the police memo?
Yes,
Thank you so much. Electronic.
electronic, I'll email it tomorrow.
Anyone else? Mr. Paparo? Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lowe.
Chairman, we only have one final witness, our planner, to address the two variances, to address the use variances and the relief. Would it be possible for us to take a 5-minute break? I know we've been going a long time.
Absolutely. Motion?
Motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Motion made by Mr. David, second by Mr. Mazzio, all in favor? Let's use the first one. Harry, all in favor? Okay, the meeting is back open again. Right now, it's 10 past 11. I mean, 10 past 10. We are going to try to see if we could curfew this out, by 11 o'clock. Let's see if we could do that. If we're right there and it's 10 after 11, 15 after 11, fine. But midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we're just going to have to carry. So is that okay with you, Mr.
Absolutely, Chairman, thank you.
Okay, so who do we have in front of us?
Sure, just Chairman, I just noticed that, did we lose a board member or no?
Yes, we did lose a board member.
Okay, so we have 6 right now.
You have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, we have 6.
Okay. Just want to be sure. Okay, well, we'll continue our presentation. Our last witness this evening is John McDonough. He's our professional planner. Mr. McDonough will address the variance relief, including the D variances that we're requesting this evening. Mr. McDonough, for the benefit of the board and public, your education area of expertise, and be sworn.
Good sworn. John, raise your right hand. With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give show you the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State your name, spell your last name.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. It's spelled M-C-D-O-N-O-U-G-H, and I'm the project planner.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, all of your licenses are currently in good standing as a professional planner and landscape architect?
Yes, state of New Jersey, national level AICP.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McDonough has been here on numerous occasions, and the board has recognized him.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Happy to be back.
So, John, this application for the drive-through Dunkin' and the multifamily in the BD district requires a use variance for the drive-through component as well as a use variance for the multifamily. You've analyzed this application and the D variance relief, and you're prepared this evening to provide planning justifications to meet the statutory criteria in support of the variances?
I am.
Can you just give a background of the site and what your findings are from a planning perspective?
Sure. This is a long-standing developed site. It's certainly in need of redevelopment. It's got a defunct commercial use on the one portion, an older Dunkin' brand facility here, which is going to be upgraded and modernized after 50 some odd years of being a component of the community to reflect current market demand, where this drive-through amenity has become so popular because of the convenience and the weather protection and the inherent benefit that it provides to the public at large from a convenience and safety standpoint. People that are mobility challenged, as you know, again, weather protection for all people, efficiency, convenience, all part of current market demand for this land use to make this brand accessible to all people, notwithstanding mobility issues or the like. Also, repurposing the defunct commercial component will bring this site more into harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, given the fact that we have a site that backs up to residential, going from non-residential against residential in this particular location is a good thing from a planning standpoint. Essentially, the board has been vetting most of the negatives with respect to the application before you. You've gone through access and circulation and parking and queuing, all of the things that would be part of the statutory negative criteria. I think this application has been well vetted through an interactive process between the board and the witnesses before me, that this site will flow, will function, will operate safely and efficiently without any substantially adverse impacts. That goes towards the negative criteria that the relief can be granted without substantial impact to the public or without substantial detriment to your zone plan and ordinance. Obviously, we're here for two D1 variances, the one for the drive-through commercial use in your BD zone, which granted it is an auto-centric use and what wants to be a pedestrian-oriented zone. We think the applicant has done that by pulling in the other D1 use variance here, which is a residential use on the first floor of the apartment. We think the commingling of these two is substantially consistent with what we call Planning 101 to activate our downtowns with what are really the lifeblood of downtowns, and that are people. Pulling people into the downtown where they can work and live is a good thing from a planning standpoint, and will certainly reverse the condition of the property and the stagnation that is currently existing out there, which is contrary to what you would want for a vibrant downtown. So again, people are the lifeblood of downtowns, and they will support the businesses that are in the area. Certainly you have to pick your spots, otherwise we reach a tipping point where we transition from a non-residential downtown district to too much residential. And I don't think we're anywhere near that tipping point here and have struck an effective balance. Every variance application needs to relate to a specific piece of property, given the physical location of this property here and its need for redevelopment and repurposing and modernizing. I think the board can clearly find that this rate does relate to a particular piece of property and not the zone as a whole. We always have to be careful when we work in a residential component in the downtown that we are providing adequate living space, and these units are going to be appropriately sized, they'll be well appointed, they'll be comfortable, they'll be a nice place to live in what is really like a park-like setting with a downtown location that is walkable and has excellent accessibility to amenities that would make it an attractive place to live. I think the board can also find that this is going to improve the visual environment. That goes towards purpose I of the land use law, with an attractive building consistent with contemporary demand. That's what today's modern apartment building looks like. We're going to provide for adequate parking, as you've heard through the witnesses before me, to meet the supply will meet the actual demand on the site, and no relief for the parking count as proposed here, but meeting the ordinance requirement. Planning purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock to replenish older housing stock in appropriate locations. That goes towards purpose G, to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens. This is a boutique type development with its 7 units. It's not going to overpower the downtown, which we may see with some of these larger residential projects. It will maintain the quaint character of your downtown, complementing it, not conflicting with it. Also, we see the advancement of purpose I, as I said, the promotion of a desirable visual environment, and purpose M, the efficient use of land by repurposing a project and a site that has already been developed for a long period of time. Again, counterbalancing those positives, we look at the negative criteria from an access standpoint, circulation standpoint, from an overall design standpoint. This project has been designed in accordance with sound planning principles. There are some subsidiary C variances which have really been addressed by the witnesses before me. The Lot B residential off-street loading space, the parking lot residential zone screening with a wall or a fence, the loading space required for the residential building, the residential buffer width and the height, the trash area, and the monument sign have all been vetted through the process here. And I would fold all of that subsidiary C relief into the greater D relief that the applicant is seeking. You can look at this entire application holistically and consider the positives of the application as a whole substantially outweighing any of those negatives. Again, I think pulling people here into your downtown will reinforce the planning goal to have a vibrant downtown, reverse that stagnation that's out there now, and can be granted without any substantial impairment to your zone plan and ordinance. With that, I would offer that this is good use of this land. It is a good piece of property, visually prominent, corner in your community here. This will upgrade it without having a detrimental impact. And most importantly, the statutory criteria for both of those D relief are met using the testimony of all the witnesses that have gone before me as the predicate. Again, forming the planning conclusion that both the statutory positive and the negative criteria are met here.
John, I just want to highlight a couple of the, what I'll call the overall improvements that were the result of the prior testimony. We heard from numerous witnesses, Mr. Scapinetz and Ms. Dolan, about moving the driveway for the Dunkin' further away from that intersection. It's a county road, obviously, but the safety improvements, they have ultimate jurisdiction.
That's always a functional benefit, yes.
Moving that driveway, the restriction, Ms. Dolan's research demonstrated that there's really not a lot of vehicles making those lefts that were concerning. Despite that, the applicant has stipulated in accordance with the county and some of the comments we've heard this evening to restrict those driveways to rights out. So for safety perspective, some of the other improvements Mr. Scapinetz highlighted was the reduction in the impervious coverage from what's out there today. You saw the site plan renderings. You worked, you've been closely involved in the development. You've seen the landscaping added to the boulevard, the amount of green area that's coming onto the site. You're a landscape architect as well. I'm sure you can appreciate taking a site that's 100% according to Mr. Scapinetz, almost 100% impervious, and going to this. Does that all that go into your analysis from a planning perspective as the benefits?
It's an older site, somewhat antiquated. It has really outlived its useful life, and we designed things a lot differently 50, 60 years ago than we presently do. The site as it exists now is not consistent with current planning principles. I think Brett and his team have done a great job here of giving a nice soft green edge around the property, some nice landscaping for the public to look at, to help that built environment blend with the natural environment, and I think will be a drastic improvement of the corner from a physical standpoint. from a functional standpoint as well, highlighting what Betsy talked about with the movement of those intersections away and the overall design. This is certainly what we want to see in terms of modern planning as compared to what's out there now.
And then just finally, about the residential building, is it your testimony that introducing that pedestrian foot traffic to Kenilworth's downtown will not only be beneficial to these businesses, but the surrounding community?
It's always a balance here. I think the applicant has struck a good balance here. It's, as I said before, it's a boutique building. We're talking about 7 units here. It will put people here in the downtown without overpowering the downtown. So I think that balance has been struck.
Thank you, John. Chairman, I have nothing further from Mr. McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. McCarr. Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Anyone have any questions, specifically you, Kevin, for the planner?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. McDonough, did you have a chance to take a look at the purpose of the Boulevard Downtown Zone District, which is listed on page 3 of my report?
I did, yes.
Did you care to comment about the applicability of this application towards the goal of the Boulevard Downtown?
The goal of the Boulevard Downtown is to have a strong and vibrant downtown. And sometimes pulling a resident population into downtown can actually bolster that commercial goal. So again, I think the applicant has struck a good balance here of fostering that goal, of promoting that goal without altering the character of the district.
Typically, a drive-through is seen as more of a highway-oriented use than a downtown-oriented use. Would you care to comment about how you feel that the drive-through meets the burden of proof?
Yes, again, given the physical characteristic of this particular piece of property at the corner and the recess from the road, maintaining the sidewalks along the frontage, we think that the applicant, again, has struck that good balance of maintaining safe and adequate pedestrian circulation without creating an overdependence on the automobile. It's a convenience, it's an amenity, and it actually can provide for walkable access as well. So we think that balance is struck. We are seeing more and more drive-through facilities in downtown being integrated into downtown, so this is not atypical of what we're seeing elsewhere.
Are you aware of other drive-through facilities on the boulevard in the downtown area,
I am not.
such as Banks, for instance?
But certainly Banks, yeah, I don't know about eateries yet, but yes. And let's not forget, Banks had very long queues back in the day.
You talked about pedestrian access. Is there anything else, in your opinion, that would make this more pedestrian friendly, or have those needs been addressed?
I think those needs have been addressed by the design. As I understand it, there's a walk-up window, so there's opportunity to access without having to go entirely within the building.
One of the board members before talked about the ability of somebody to bicycle to access the site. There's no cycling facilities offered at this moment. Do you think that would be a positive for the site, or do you think it's needed?
I'll say
Do you
it's,
think that would be a positive for the site?
The land use process is interactive. We have an applicant here that I'm sure is listening and willing to integrate or discuss with the board, if the board is so.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Thank you, Chairman.
So you have?
Yes.
Anyone else? Chris?
Okay.
Anybody else? I have one question for you. Mr. McDonough, do you think that with the, keeping the neighbors in mind, with the erection of this structure, do you think that that would impact the neighbors to the rear, either by the height of the building, or by lighting, or by having some type of different type of lifestyle because of the building going up?
I think the building becomes a benefit to the neighbors. Importantly, the mass and scale of that building are within the confines of what your ordinance contemplates. I might have a different opinion if we were going with a taller building there, with excessive floor area there, building coverage or the like. This application and our design team have hit all those higher tiers of bulk control to ensure that this is not an overly massive building. buildings can become buffers, and I think that this building can adequately screen activity on the street and other potential retail uses as well. Bear in mind, a service court for a retail use or a commercial use or an eatery could go in the back, which I think would have much more impact on the neighbors than a relatively benign residential use.
I didn't mean to do that, but I was thinking.
Nope, do more.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes?
Yeah, I got a question. During construction, if it happens, now contractor parking, and now if you got a crane on the job, are you gonna be closing down the road for?
I wish I knew I don't know about construction. I honestly don't know.
Because I'm in construction. When we built a high-rise or a building, now you have the contractors parking in the neighborhoods.
It's customary that an applicant will meet with the board engineer or board.
Sure. Yeah, there's typically a pre-construction meeting, not only with the engineer for the town, but the police department to ensure that those impacts are not happening, and this applicant would comply. And I believe the ordinances, the code speaks to construction timeframes and not impacting neighborhood streets. So the applicant would comply with Kenilworth's ordinances and also have a pre-construction meeting with the town to ensure exactly the ills that you're talking about. So that's an excellent point. We would certainly include that as a condition of any approval, that we would comply with those pre-construction meetings.
We all good for now? Okay. If you're done, Mr. McCarr?
That concludes our presentation.
Okay. I think it's time to open this to the public.
Make a motion to open the hearing to the public.
Motion made by Mr. David. Oh, sorry.
Prior to that, I believe we have 7 sitting members.
We have 7, Mr. Paparo, 7 sitting members, I just want you to know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, not 6.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
The motion was made by Mr. David, seconded by Mr. Ladati, and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Folks in the public, it is now your turn to come up to the microphone, state your name and address, and what you have to say. Come on up and speak clearly.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Geraldine Tonzola. I live at 710 Kingston Avenue, which is lot 20, directly behind the commercial building.
Okay.
There are 67 years since 1957. Now, the boulevard, the block from Michigan to Market Street, the whole block is all commercial building, and I think it should stay that way. I'm totally opposed to these proposed plans. Now, the zone is BD Boulevard downtown. I went and got a copy of what kinds of structures and businesses are allowed here. They list 12, such as restaurants and banks and office buildings, medical offices, and so forth. Nowhere on here do I see where it says residential housing. It doesn't say that. It doesn't qualify to be there. It shouldn't be allowed.
Ma'am, if I could, that's why they're here.
That's why, right, yes.
They're asking for permission.
To be allowed.
Yes.
Which is not right now. Now, as I said, I live directly behind this building, and with these apartments, you're going to have people in the windows looking directly into my yard. I'm going to lose my privacy. You're going to block my view. And I do believe a building like this, with as opposed to an office building, a resident building, is going to lower my property value. And should someday I want to sell, I think I would have a harder time selling the building. And I do know that anyone in this room, if you live where I live, you would oppose this too. Also, I know you are providing parking spaces, but suppose these tenants have multiple cars and visitors. Where are they going to park? Now, we're at the first street. Some of my neighbors are here. We're on Kingston, and I'm right next door to the parking lot by the little stores and shops and the eatery on Michigan Avenue. Now, already our street, day and night, we have all the employees and customers, people from the post office and all those shops in Michigan and the eatery, parking all day on our block. Half the time, you can't even get a spot in front of our own house. And it's so congested already. I remember as a kid, you could walk across the street with your eyes closed. Now, I mean, I just can't, I cannot believe, you know, really, our street is just a mess. And a lot of times, cars are parked right up to the corner where they're not supposed to be. So if you're driving down Michigan, making the right on our block, you can't see what's coming. Now, I think, and also Dunkin' Donuts, you are providing six spaces, but again, not everybody's gonna wanna go through the drive-up. And if you have to park, where are you gonna park? You're gonna be back on our street if there's not enough parking spaces. So, like I said, it's not zoned for it, and I'm opposed to this going up. And like I said, my neighbors are here, they can attest to the traffic that we already have on our street. So that's what I want to say.
Okay,
But
thank
And
you.
also, like I said, you know, when you do consider this, I hope you take into account the traffic. There's the traffic I know that's coming, and the residents, rather than consider how much additional real estate tax revenue the new buildings will bring.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Thank you for coming up and your concern. So I too own a house on Kingston. Okay, I don't live there, but I have a house.
Okay, you rent it then.
And I was wondering, from where you live to your next door neighbor, if I'm looking at your house, your next door neighbor, how many feet do you have between your house and your next door neighbor? 10? 8? 5?
Oh, no, more than that.
10?
Yeah.
Okay. And so in your rear yard, from the back of your house, your rear yard.
I have the one-story building right now.
Okay, you have that. But
I
your
have
next
that.
your next neighbor has probably 20 or 25 feet to their yard, correct?
Oh, you mean the backyard?
Mhm.
My neighbor next door?
Your backyard would really be looking at that building, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm
So you would
directly
have-
behind it. I'm directly behind it.
I'm just trying to get to a footage thing. So if you came out your back door, your backyard would be 20 to 25 feet before you got to your fence? Probably.
Yeah,
15, 20, 25.
yeah.
So I just wanted to let you know that if this was approved and that building went up, from that fence, there's another 14 feet. So if you have a standard 20 feet and another 14 feet, that's 34 feet away from that building to your house. Where your neighbor who lives directly next door to you could be 8 to 10 feet, as that close to you. So I know.
It's a single-family home.
I get it, but what I'm saying to you is your concern earlier, I was just making you aware of how far away that would be before, you said they would be looking into your windows. And
Yeah,
that is a
when you
concern.
look out, what do you see? I'm directly behind them.
Yeah,
That would be my yard.
okay.
And I always thought Kenilworth stayed nice because we never had apartment buildings or transients.
Mhm. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? I know you're ready, come on.
I thought he was one of us.
Come on up, state your name, I was waiting.
Barbara Marchionte, and I live right on Kingston Avenue on the corner, big blue house. You speak up. And when I have to take my grandchildren to school, so I come out, and I use this, and I make a left. And I'm going up to Michigan. Dunkin' Donuts, they're coming out, they're going in. They have to be in that line on the right-hand side. Because they come in from Michigan to the Dunkin' Donuts. So they're behind.
So when they come in, they don't come in, what they're proposing is, they're not coming in Michigan anymore. They're only gonna go out for the parked cars that may go in there. What they're doing is they're taking away that driveway, which is actually a benefit for you, because now that car cannot cross over the city sidewalk where you could, when you walk to that corner, those cars can't come in there no more. It's only an egress.
So they're gonna be going out?
Only out. And that's at a, I'm not lobbying for them, I'm trying to explain to you so you can understand. That driveway is only going outward for the 6 spots that are there. All the other cars will be exiting primarily on the boulevard. For those who want to go out that driveway, would make a right to the boulevard. So it actually benefits you because you don't have that passerby traffic. You could actually see the traffic coming towards you now. So in that respect, it's a benefit to you. I hope I was clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, they're making these apartments. Now, these people have 1 bedroom, so that means a husband and wife could live here. Maybe the husband has a car and the wife has a car. Where are they going to park these cars? They're going to have a spot for one. What do they do with their car then? They come around onto Kingston Avenue, park there overnight, Sunday, Mondays, Tuesdays, whatever day it is. And we have these stores in the back near my neighbor, you know, the blue collar and all that. So there's always traffic there. When I take my kids to school, I gotta go down 3 blocks, go to the end of Kingston, go down 2 or 3 blocks so that I could see, because it's like a blind spot where we are. That should be like a one-way street. People coming this way and that way. And I have little kids in my house. It's very upsetting to see that they're gonna do this. You need to counter it because it's a small community and it's a nice community. I don't find this beneficial for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for staying out here so late tonight.
Oh, that's okay. You missed my bedtime.
Anyone else from the public? Please come up and state your name for the record.
Geraldine Diamante, 53 Wilshire Drive, and I'm not here about anything that was discussed tonight. I'm here to go on record to say that I'm opposed to the things that want to be done to the 251 Monroe Avenue property, the old Flexi Van.
So for this,
What
was that?
This particular time for public comment is specific to this
I
application.
didn't know that.
Yeah, we opened it up to the general public.
Oh, yes,
after.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We will open it up to the general public after this application. This is still part of the application.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
One time I was here and they closed it, and now I didn't know that.
I promise you I will not close you out,
Right.
okay? I'll stay to midnight.
Chairman, it may help, Ms. Giamatti, that property is the subject of an application to this board, which has not yet been heard, it is incomplete. So when it comes to the board at some point in the future, everybody will be noticed that it will be heard, and you can speak directly about that application at that time if you wish.
I may not be in New Jersey. We have another location.
I understand that, but
We can't hear it
speaking
now.
on.
But wait a minute, Kevin, if I may. When this is open to the public, they could speak to us about anything they want to speak to. We may not necessarily be able to answer, we can listen, but we can't speak to it. We can't stop them from their thought process.
If there's a pending application, or an application that is in queue, that we're gonna be hearing, I would rather us not, I don't think it's appropriate for us to take comments about an application coming down the line when that applicant's not even here.
Okay, why don't we wait to the public portion, when you come up, let's hear kind of what you're saying, and if we could guide you away from that, so we all don't get in trouble.
Okay,
All right? We'll do the best we can.
great.
Anyone else from the public? Oh, come on up.
My name is Rosemary Bento. I live on Kingston also.
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure. My name is Rosemary Bento.
Okay.
I live on Kingston Avenue.
Okay.
I too am concerned about the traffic that this might entail. As it is now, we have a lot of traffic from everything that's there now, and we're concerned. you know, about the parking, which is difficult sometimes. So, you know, I kind of agree that this might cause more problems for us. Another thing that's not clear to me is what the benefit is as far as like taxes are concerned. Now, like our real estate taxes go like crazy. And it was suggested that this coming year is going to help that. I don't see how that, how is that going to help us?
So I don't think they said it was going to help us. I asked the question about the ratables. Would there be an impact to us? Would the borough benefit by this structure going up? Would it be an increase, a decrease?
Right.
And the attorney said that he would get back to us to give us that information. He didn't supply that information at this point. Am I correct, Mr. Paparo?
Chairman, that's correct. We talked about that, and there hasn't been any kind of a financial impact analysis done, and I'll defer to Mr. Rago, but I think once you get into, and Mr. O'Brien, once you start getting into financial benefits of land use applications, I think you're on dangerous ground. So I think it's probably better that we didn't supply that information. If we don't have it, to answer your question, but if we did, I would suspect that Mr. Rago would have an issue with us relying on economics to justify variances.
Okay, so the last thing I would like to say is, if this does happen, and it seems that it will, could it be considered to have our street as a one-way maybe, that might discourage a lot of the traffic that might come from these buildings, this building and the Dunkin' Donuts? Yes. I mean, the lady, Mrs. Dolan, she spoke about traffic and whatnot.
So that probably wouldn't be our decision here at the planning board or zoning level. That would probably more be at the governing body level. The governing body would have to make that decision, meaning the mayor and council. So you would have to, at that point, go to the council meeting, go to the public portion, state your concern, and then they would look at it from that perspective. That's not what this board does.
Okay.
Okay?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Not like we don't know it, but please state your name and address for the record.
We're the other side. Seville Street, 18 North 19th Street. Couple questions there. I was thinking about if there any impact, like the sewer, the infrastructure can handle that. I know Roy Valley's always beating us up with the Kenilworth, I think we're always getting hammered with them. If there's an expense, would the borough have to absorb that? I don't know if we can answer that. Also, if the height of the building is concerns of residents, is it possible maybe you could make it underground parking and then it wouldn't be so tall, and maybe that could alleviate or assuage their concerns? I don't know if that's an option. I know, like in Elizabeth, some of our schools are that way because there's just nowhere to park there either. I don't know if that's an option, if we do go forward with that. And also, in light of the affordable housing that we don't really have much of yet, if there would be, I think, would it have to be three, did I hear it correctly, it had to be 3 bedrooms?
Yes, it did, Mr. Paparo?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
The state regulations require at least one of the units to be 3-bedroom, and this project requires 1 unit, so the 1 unit has to be
Okay.
3-bedroom.
I didn't know if any, like, say maybe make 2 units affordable housing, or how many we need, just a thought. That's pretty much answered a lot of those. The only other consideration would be like, all right, once we have apartment buildings, then I'm concerned, not so much about this individual one, but that there'll be a building blitz on right down the boulevard. Because I don't know how you would be able to deny other people, right? Once you have that, once you open that door. So that's something to consider. That's pretty much all my questions and concerns. And yeah, making the one way, we could help you out at the next council meeting. You would want that, I guess, coming out towards Michigan? Okay, yeah, we can have this restarted. Thank you.
Okay, so just to answer your questions, a couple?
We can, if you want, the engineer can answer this.
Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah, that's, I wanted to, I didn't want him to go away unanswered.
Yeah, again, for the record, Brett Scapp, and that's with Dynamic. So for sewer, we spoke to Railway Valley, and we're good. So there were no issues with capacity or conveyance. You had a question about parking going underground? Is that what
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you had the parking, the first level's parking, so we had to go down, now it's.
Right, seeing it down is not gonna work, because you gotta be able to ramp down to get that, so by the time we ramp down to a level that would bring that building down, you probably would not have more than a couple parking spaces up there, so it's not feasible.
Okay, just a thought, thank you.
So to answer your last question about the building blitz, you know, we have to concern ourselves with that here at the planning board level. We have to also look at everything as a case-by-case basis. How it would impact the positive and negative criteria of our borough. And when an applicant comes before us, we have to figure out, do they meet the criteria? What is the criteria? How will it affect us? Is it something that is for the betterment of our town, or is it going to be detriment? So we have to take all that into consideration. And we also know that we can only listen, make an educated decision, listen to the public, what their views are, but we also know what the ordinances are and what will happen if you say yes and what will happen if you say no, as you very well know what happens. So we're going to do the best we can to work through this, and I think you had all great questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Another one? Mr. Herbert.
Good evening. Bob Herbert, 14 North 12th Street. Thank you for this opportunity. I do have a few questions regarding the commercial Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay.
Okay? Well, I'd like to start with that. The travel aisle between the diagonal parking and the drive-through lanes, when we took our break, I took a look, and that aisleway is only 16 feet. Does that meet our ordinance? Most commercial parking areas usually require a 24-foot travel aisleway.
We're going to go to the pro.
So does that need a variance?
It does comply, and they're angled parking spaces. So when you see 24-foot aisles, it's because it's a 90-degree parking stall, which is what's out there now. So by going on the angle, you're cutting down the need to have a distance. Typical one-way aisles are anywhere between 15 and 18 feet standard, so this is adequate.
That's I guess, a state statute. How about our local ordinance?
No, it's not, it doesn't require, we don't have a deviation from your code for the one-way aisle. It complies at 16 feet.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. And then, I guess my next question is, I think one of the board members, I use the boulevard like all of us do a lot. And in the morning and in the evening hours, rush hour, in the morning and evening, it does get tough to cross over Michigan Avenue if you're heading either way on the boulevard due to the traffic. Let's just say hypothetically, today, the average car is 12 feet long, right? And this drive-through could take 12 cars on an average, they're figuring. I was wondering what the distance is from the building to the boulevard. How many linear feet? Do we know how much that is?
Could probably calculate that in about 6 seconds. He's got that nice ruler coming out for you, Bob.
3, 4.
Done. I estimated that to be about 38 feet.
So from the building to the boulevard?
Yeah.
So from
Where we could turn it into the driveway.
So where you're turning into the driveway to, where do you want me to go to?
Just a turning point.
Just that turn, this turning point?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is, call it 45, 50 feet. It's 50 feet to the end of the island. From the curb line to the end of the island is 50 feet.
Okay, thank you. So the worst case scenario, we know it's not gonna happen constantly, but let's just say somebody's coming down the boulevard heading towards Market Street, and we have 12 customers going to Dunkin' Donuts, that's 144 feet. That's definitely gonna cause a back up.
Aren't they
on
double
that
stacked?
inner lane.
Double stack.
No, on the boulevard, making a right into the parking lot.
On the boulevard, making it right, oh, into Dunkin' Donuts.
Into Dunkin' Donuts, you're making a right. Like I said, it's a stretch that at one time, that you're gonna have 12 people coming.
I know.
But it is gonna back it up.
But it's worse now, I think, in my opinion. I mean, it's not good now. This should I asked the expert, and they said it would alleviate that issue that's happening now.
Okay.
So that's just my thought, so, sorry about it.
But you do bring up a good point, because what would happen if? But I think we would have the what ifs on every case scenario. And so you have to alleviate, that scale. But if it's gonna happen once every 6 months, well, what's happening now? 20 times every 6 months? So we have to look at it the way the traffic expert explained it to us. I had a little bit of a different opinion earlier about the traffic than when it was explained, and that's why I was able to answer the neighbor's questions so easily that it actually helps us, it benefits us in so many ways,
And I'm wondering if the applicant would consider to limit their menu to try to get ahead of the ball of the worst case scenario that we get backed up with traffic, in those peak hours of business. By just donuts and coffee, I think things will go pretty quick. It's just a question.
Between me and a lamppost, that's not happening.
Okay.
That's not happening.
That's out of order.
That was-
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Dunkin' probably wouldn't allow that anyway.
So if it's a question between a twisted cruller and a chocolate donut, I don't think so.
Sure, what we can do, and I've had the pleasure of representing the DMOs for many, many years, and I can tell you in other communities, what they do commit to is working with the police department, post-approval and post-construction, and then the police department recognizes an issue and reports it to the operators, to the DMOs. They work with the police department to correct it before it impacts the neighbors. So I'm sure they would continue to do that in Kenilworth. This is the community where they've been the longest. So, and I don't know how you would write that into even if you need to, but post-approval, they would work with the police department to be sure that there's nothing that the police department notices, because sometimes they see things that the applicant doesn't.
That we don't see, right? And on the site now, in the existing condition, don't they have an outside freezer box? Am I correct?
Do you have a walk-in?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, the current facility has, that's on
With the new building, will that freezer box be inside or outside?
Right.
Because now you have your aisle going around the building.
outside. Is it contained in the building?
Yes.
Is it?
It's going to be contained in or out?
It's outside the building.
The new building is still going to have a freezer box on the outside?
Yes. But it falls within the footprint that you have here, meaning it's not going to get larger.
Oh, yes, yeah, it's within the footprint, yes.
It's encompassed in the rust color that you see on the plan. It's just not delineated as a box, but it's going to stay within the same footprint.
All right. Now I'd like to switch over to the residential lot. And I just really have one question. Those EV parking spaces, are they inside the parking lot, enclosed in the building, or on the outside?
The fire department, or the building officials, I don't know, someone from the borough brought a point to our attention that they're better outside of the garage, not underneath the garage. So they're on the, if you come, you can come, they're
Oh, I saw it.
yeah, they're completely outside the building.
And how do they get to that parking spot? Through that overhead door in the rear?
In the front.
Well, through the front, and the rear of the building's gonna have an overhead door? Or-
Correct, I'll show you.
Or just an open?
No, it has an overhead door matching the front. Here's the front.
Oh, it's gonna match like the front.
This is the front. This is the front overhead door, and then we just flip to the rear plane.
So we're gonna, because they're right up against the rear property line.
No, that's actually, this building's like 14 feet away from the rear property line.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that was a recommendation of the borough.
Is the car lights gonna impact the resident that's behind there in the evening hours?
Here's the, we just hit one at a time. Here's the rear overhead door that matches. This is the section of the building, this is the elevation that faces the residential. And this is the rear overhead door. The lighting, I believe there is no lighting proposed. There was going to be the garage lighting that was going to light those.
No, the headlights of the car,
Oh,
trying to
right.
get charged up.
Or
is there gonna be
we have a
some-
solid, yeah, we have a solid fence, right?
We're gonna put a solid fence up, so that's a buffer fence.
Yeah, 20 feet.
Sorry?
I'd like it to be 20 feet. I have a feeling this is going to be approved.
But those charging stations are at least 14 feet from the property line?
The building is 14 feet from the property line.
Okay, and then the average parking spot, 9 by 18?
Yeah, 9 feet wide, so.
And does fire have any concern about getting access if those cars were being charged in the rear of the building?
And we'll have access to the Dunkin' Donuts side and as well as the parking lot. Dunkin' Donuts just won't have any access to their building for those couple hours, but yeah, and through the garage.
Does fire have any concern of,
I have concern with it, but I have a lot more concern if they were inside.
if they were inside?
So
But if I may add, they're actually not going in now, Bob. They are, this is
Future.
projected in the future. So maybe new things, new technology will lend itself to new ways to, God forbid, if there was a fire or something like that. And I believe that's one of the reasons why they're looking at this down the pike.
Well, if we are successful come 2035 and all cars are electric, then they're gonna wanna have charging stations inside the garage. And I'm sure they're gonna be updated fire codes and things like that.
Oh, without a doubt. And that's why we could go to Wanda to get an updated building permit for that kind of work.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, folks.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none?
Make a motion to close the hearing to the
Oh,
public.
sir. No, that's for this.
That's this one, okay.
We're still gonna go.
Second.
Made by Mr. David, second by Mr. Ladati, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, you see before you, or you've heard before you, what we have. We have a building that they want to put up. They somewhat meet all the criteria. They have a Dunkin' Donuts that they want to put there and a drive-through. We heard some testimony from specifically from the traffic expert that there should be no impact, and it actually betters the traffic flow for the traffic situation. We also saw that they were agreeing to conditions such as maybe a channel drive-through, smaller trucks for their deliveries and activities, softer lights or dimming lights in the rear of the building so it doesn't impact the neighbors. Things like removing the brick windows, putting in faux windows. And the other thing is that there was the parking conversation that we had, that there was only 4 required, but they gave us 6. The parking in the housing side, it meets the criteria of 12, what actually is 13. They have an ADA area there. They also are talking about the EV situation where they're not going to do that now, but they are going to make it ready for when it is feasible. There's a lot of things going on that, we heard tonight, and we have to make a decision.
Right, so
Now-
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect.
Yep.
So one of the things that I'd like the board to consider before taking a vote is getting their own traffic study conducted, which is our right, obviously not a requirement, but I definitely feel we should do that before taking a vote. And I understand it needs a majority of the board to approve that, but that's my position. Before we vote, I feel we should get our own traffic study done.
Okay, so the vice chair is presenting that we take a vote on whether we need a second traffic study done after everything we just heard. And so if that is the case, then we need to put that vote to the table. Is that correct?
Need a motion and a second, Chair.
Okay, so someone want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Mr. David, seconded by?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Mazzio. And the vote is going to be whether we need a traffic study by yay or nay, correct?
All in favor?
Because coming in to listen to the application, my first impression was my concern about the traffic, although I think Mr. Papar's team did a very good job in explaining that to us, but to have a neutral and second opinion in light of what we've seen from the residents tonight, or heard from the residents, I think would be a smart move, so that's what I say.
Good. So it's by yay or nay, right?
Just all in favor?
All, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, so we have a traffic study that needs to be done. And now, how do we go forward with the application?
Mr. O'Brien is raising his hand.
Mr. O'Brien, how do we go forward with this application?
If the board pleases, the board staff can recommend several names of prominent traffic experts in the area. We can have proposals sent to the board officers, and if the board designates the board officers to hire such a consultant, that can be done, or perhaps it can be done next week at your special board meeting.
If, Mr. Chairman, if we could do that, that'd be my preference, that we do it at a meeting where the board votes on, the professional that we're going to hire.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than just you and I making.
Okay. So can we do that at that next meeting on that?
I plan on being at next week's meeting, so.
Okay.
Kevin, would that be a little tight time frame?
It's got to work, that's the next meeting.
So, Mr. Paparo, we have another meeting that we're doing next Wednesday, I think it's the 17th. And what we're proposing is that we would like to vet a traffic study professional to review the documents and to give us some advice on what we heard tonight. And we could do that quite quickly, as quickly as the 17th.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say my intent was more than a review of what was provided. It is to conduct our.
Conduct the study.
Yeah, okay.
Conduct.
Just want to be clear.
And what's happening I'm just confused as to what's happening on the 17th. Are you?
Well, we have some other business that we have to take care of, but since there's going to be enough of people there, we are going to get some names of the people, some different firms that do this specific type of work. We'll take a look at the quote, how much it will cost, their credentials, we'll vet it, and then make a decision on.
Oh, okay, but nothing will be presented.
No, correct.
This application is not continuing on the 17th. That's what I'm trying to confirm. You're going to conduct your business and hire a
Yes.
professional on the 17th.
Right.
That doesn't require our involvement.
So my question to our planner and maybe our attorney is, do we go forward contingent upon the traffic study, or do we carry?
We have to continue the meeting.
If you are dependent upon that traffic study to give you information for your vote, you would carry the application to the next meeting, which would be September.
Right.
What's the date?
September 11th.
September 11th. The procedure would be to carry this hearing to September 11th in this room at 7 p.m. And between, assuming we can get a name and name a traffic professional, that prior to September 11th, at the 12th.
So we wouldn't have to hear more testimony from all the professionals that were here tonight. We just need to hear the traffic studies.
Traffic 12, yeah.
Report.
And your professional would be in attendance on September 11th. I would like to have my traffic engineer.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
it would be the 12th.
It'll be the 12th, this
It'd
is
be the
Thursday.
12th, and I would imagine whoever the board retains well prior to the 12th, hopefully, they would provide the board with a report, provide you, and I would think you'd want Betsy here to take a look, and My guess is whoever the board hires is going to be, it's going to be a name probably familiar to us who do this kind of work, and probably to Patsy side. So maybe they can talk. So that would be the game plan, I think.
Can I ask you the cost associated to the traffic study professional, those two where?
We would probably want to get a number of some kind.
Yes, that would be part of the proposal to you.
Let me put it another way. Who pays for the traffic study?
The applicant does.
The applicant does. Okay. All right. Just to be
Within
clear.
a reasonable, normal amount. You know, we're not going to hire someone for $100,000 to do a report.
Right.
But that'd be.
That should be on that.
Well, Betty would come over to our side.
And we have to get this done prior to that meeting.
Yeah.
Sure, let's don't hire them.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, that's got to get done.
Quickly.
Okay. I mean, I'll just throw it out there, you were kicking around the idea of, do you need that study to vote, or can that be a condition of approval? If your expert doesn't concur with our findings, then we would need to come back.
I would think we'd want to,
I, for one, would not vote until I have the
Got it.
study
Okay.
in hand.
I think we need to go back on the
One member of the
12th
board.
with the study, hear that.
Sure.
Betsy wants to respond to that.
Got it.
I think the board will be more comfortable with
This
doing
is
that.
September 12th. Okay.
Just make sure the board members keep their notes, understand what we have in front of us, because we're not going to hear other testimony. There may be a bit of a recap by Mr. Paparo.
Correct.
By some of the things that was said tonight, but we could look at it at that point.
Yeah, we wouldn't intend on bringing any other witnesses or reopening the case. It would just be solely related to traffic, and Ms. Dole would be here.
Okay.
Okay, great. We want to tell me to listen to tape.
What, to listen to the
I can
balance?
tell you,
I'm sorry?
Myself and Tony probably won't make it on the 12th, I'm gonna be away.
Okay, well, we will still have quorum.
Right.
But no,
How many
now,
people are we going to have?
now wait a
No, you
minute.
gotta vote on the people that are here.
So-
Other people can listen to tapes, right, the transcript.
Yeah.
Yes, but are we going to have,
So the problem here is,
We were
if Tony
able to start.
and Mr. Scuderia not here on the 12th, then we are limited to...
We're down to six.
We're down to six.
class 1 and class 4?
But you
Class
can get
3.
one more person to listen to the tape, then you're back to 7.
But is there another person?
Yeah, you saw
Yeah,
Mr. Clementi,
Nick.
Nick, Mr. Clementi.
Yeah, Clementi is here.
And those aren't.
They're not class relevant.
So we should be okay.
I won't get them involved.
And you won't be here. Okay, so the plot thickens.
Reschedule our meeting
I mean, I can
for
be here,
September.
I can be here I can be here Wednesday and the 11th. Thursday, it's Thursday.
You can be here when?
Wednesday I can be here, Thursday,
Okay, can you be here Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, you have a problem?
Change.
Does it conflict with council?
is that,
Mr.
it should be, that's the second Wednesday?
Mr. Series, do you have a council meeting on September the 11th, 10th? Oh, no, 11th.
No, they're the first or third, that's the second Wednesday.
Okay. So if the board is okay with this, I'm okay with it. Is that good by you?
Yes.
Everybody good?
So that sounds like it's a special meeting, so I guess it'll need to be noticed by the borough.
We would be changing our regular meeting to September 11th.
Yeah. And we'll conduct any other business that goes on, but we will put this first in line.
Do we have anything scheduled now for the 12th of September that would be,
Master plan
we're going to
review.
be back to back?
There might be another applicant.
So
That
we
was,
continue with that on the 12th?
No.
Just have everything
Have that
scheduled
everything on that day.
they'll be here on.
Just change the meeting date, just let's get it
Just
first
change the
on the
meeting.
agenda.
We got 2 months.
If somebody's noticed, they're going to have to, okay.
They haven't noticed yet.
Perfect.
Because I
The
did.
11th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Paparo, you got that?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your time.
No, thank you, and we appreciate everyone's time and feedback as well as the public this evening. We look forward to September 11th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. we want to have some of our discussion now while it's fresh?
First thing that I do is open it to public, because we had some.
Well, no, still talking about this application. We want to have
This application is.
some of our discussion, or we want to just?
Let's just close it out now and it's done. We're going to continue the hearing on the 11th.
It's not over.
Okay. So just before, hold on, we have to do this formality. Folks in the bleachers out there, we are still in session, so please, a little respect. Okay. Any comments for the good of the board? Seeing none. Who wants to make the motion?
I make a motion to open the meeting to the public for comment.
Okay. Second by Mr. Mazzio, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. You got the floor.
You gotta monitor what we can hear and what we can't hear.
Yeah. We're going to kind of monitor you, what we can hear and what we can't hear, okay?
Okay. It's just information. I'm
Okay.
not asking for any opinions or what you think. As I said, my name is Geraldine Diamante.
Can you hold on a minute, ma'am? I'm so sorry. They're too loud, we can't hear you.
The board is still in session.
Please in the hallway, because we have to pick this up on the microphone. Thank you very much. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Geraldine Diamante, and I live at 53 Wilshire Drive. We purchased our house in December of '74, so we're coming up to 50 years. I say we, but since my husband passed away 2.5 years ago, I'm the one that's living in the house. Let me give you some history here. When we bought the house way back when, not a mention of a flood zone or high water table was presented. And for 25 years, we never had a drop of water in the house. If you're familiar with our neighborhood, all the houses were built on a slab without a basement. Some people dug the foundations out to put a basement in. Fast forward to 1999 and Hurricane Floyd. That was the first time we got water in the house. It came from the east, meaning North 8th down through 6th into Wilshire. So for 25 years we were very good. Since 1999, we've had 5 floods in the house. The last one being last year, July 4th, with the nor'easter that blew through Kenilworth. We attribute all this to the opening up of Washington Avenue from North 8th to North 6th, taking down all the trees and changing the water table to a high flood zone. Because of the amount of homeowners' insurance claims, the entire area is now deemed a flood zone and with a high water, I can't even read it out with these stupid glasses. And when purchasing a home, flood insurance is now a requirement. We've spent a lot of money trying to correct the problem. The last one was last year after that flood, and that was $25,000. I was finally starting to feel some ease and not as anxious when I heard a storm was on its way. Then in April, I received a registered letter from 251 Monroe Avenue saying that they want to make major renovations to include infringing upon the wetlands. So that's why I'm here. I'm vehemently opposed to their renovations. From what I can see from their almost illegible map, they want to put asphalt and porous pavers very close to our property, taking away the wetlands,
I have
and
to
the nightmare
interrupt you.
will start all over.
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry we can't hear that.
You can't hear that?
We can't hear it. I will tell you.
Yeah, flooding's fine, but when we get into the nitty-gritty of this.
Yeah. I will tell you, maybe the proper venue for you is council. I think maybe you should go to the governing body, because we can't be jaded by maybe an accusation or a statement or something that you're making, because it may impact something else that we have to do with an application that's up and coming. But if you go to the council meeting, the mayor and council, go to the governing body, wait for the public session, and they will hear that. And then they can advise you accordingly.
Okay, I did write a letter to the EPA because their initial letter said if you have any concerns to write to them. The EPA has not written back. This is a wetland problem, and that's where this letter came from. I have a packet here that I put together. I made 10 copies of it for you just to look at. You could see the map. The map is illegible, but with a flashlight and a magnifying glass, I could see how far it was coming up to our property. Look, Hurricane Floyd was bad. Hurricane Irene was worse, because when Hurricane Irene came in, because there's no basement, we have a crawl space under the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. The carpenter ants walked in a month later. That took a whole month to get rid of. I'm sorry that you can't hear the case.
I'm so sorry that we can't hear you.
But she will, so there's a pending application, and that application will eventually be heard by the board, at which time you will be noticed, because you're a property owner within 200 feet of the property, and then you will be able to come to that hearing and speak at that time and provide those details that you want to provide now.
Do you know when that will be?
Exactly.
Correct?
I don't, because they said that, Kevin said it's not complete yet, but it's up and coming, you know, yeah.
Okay, see, I was planning on going to Florida, so that's why I came tonight, but I'll have to postpone it.
So we're not scheduled, it's not scheduled. Scheduled. We don't know when it's gonna be. So when are you going to
No,
Florida?
it's gonna be
You going
scheduled.
Florida for a long time, or?
Excuse me?
So you're going for a long time, or when you going, because
I
this
don't
meeting may
know.
not be for 2 more months?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll work around that.
The earliest.
September.
Yeah.
No, not even.
Okay.
It's probably more towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's
So you should be
better.
okay.
Then you'll be
Okay,
able to come here and say whatever.
Whatever you want.
great.
Just an unrelated question to the application. I heard tree removal between 8th and 9th is what you originally attributed your flooding to on Washington? Is that?
Yeah, because for 25
I'm
years,
not aware of the map, I'm just asking.
we lived there for 25 years without a drop of water in our house. Once those houses were 53 Wilshire Drive, and once those houses were put in between 8th and 6th on Washington Avenue, those big houses, the water table changed. And the flood insurance was required on any people that needed a mortgage. We were in a high flood zone from that time on. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for waiting so long. I'm
All right,
sorry.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none?
Yeah, close the public.
Close the call.
Motion of the meeting, make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. David, second by Mr. Ladati. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
By the same? Aye. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye,
I'll get that.
aye. I'll see you in September as the song goes.
With you.